Howdy, y'all.
Howdy.
And welcome back to Gut Punch RP. And another week of Cowboys! I'm super excited to be here with you guys. I'm back from DragonCon, and it was a great time, but now I'm super excited to be back on the Gut Punch channel. How are y'all feeling? Good? Yeah? Woo! Ready to do some yeehaws?
Yeehaw.
Yeehaw. Alright, welcome to Gut Punch RP, a tabletop role-playing game stream channel focused on inclusivity in gaming spaces and also charity. You can type !donate into the chat to get a link to our ongoing Tiltify event for I Need Diverse Games. You can type !charity to learn more about I Need Diverse Games and everything that they do, which is super cool. They're a bunch of good folks. Each month we give away prizes to random donators to that Tiltify event, so we do highly recommend you donate every month if you're able to, because you'll get more chances to win super cool stuff, and also support a really awesome charity. And just so you're aware, because this is a charity streaming channel, all of the money that comes in via things like bits or subs goes back into the channel, basically just our expenses, that kind of stuff. We are sponsored by tabletoploot.com. You can type !tabletoploot for a link and to check them out. And be sure to use the code GUTPUNCHRP to save 15% at checkout. And at the break, if you stick around, we'll be giving away a $10 off gift code to tabletoploot.com, which will pretty much get you a set of dice or any of the other cool stuff that they have. It'll knock a few bucks off. So stick around, hang out with us, throw the keyword into the chat when you can. And if you're able to and want to support us in non-monetary ways, we love you. Follow us on social media like Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, doing things like liking the videos, the tweets, retweeting, interacting with all of our stuff. It really genuinely does help. It helps folks find us, you know, the whole algorithm thing. Everybody's always talking about the algorithm, but that's how it is. So thank you so much to everybody who does that every single week. We love you guys. And if this is your first time on the channel, welcome. We love you. We hope you stick around. You are joining us right now for a Fantasy Wild West campaign that uses the D&D 5e system. We play this game on alternating Thursdays, so that's more or less twice a month, which means that our next game is going to be on September 23rd, followed by October 7th. And we hope we'll see you guys there. So, now that we've gotten all of that out of the way, let's get to a recap, and welcome, as always, to Blackriver. So, last week, our intrepid party of cow folk were asked, or sort of took it upon themselves, to investigate a ghoul-related incident in town. Some creepy crawlers got into town and started causing mischief, and our intrepid party took care of it. But we're kind of wondering, where did these ghouls come from? And they figured it was a solid bet. They probably came from the Badlands. So they headed south to a bridge across the Black River where they'd been before, and the nearby Sunrise Ranch where they expected to spend the night. Unfortunately, the bridge didn't offer a lot of clues when they first visited, and as the sun started to set, they felt it was wise to find a place to sleep for the night. So they dropped by Sunrise Ranch and met up again with Sydney and her family of tabaxis. We love Sydney and her tabaxis. And the kids were very excited. Sydney was lovely and offered them a meal, a place to rest in the barn, and a tale of the saint who'd once saved Blackriver, whether or not you believe it. The party listened, they chatted, they enjoyed some charcuterie, and then headed off to bed for the evening, but not before Amity sent an owl messenger, just for the sake of argument, back to the bridge, and the owl came back bearing news of a black-clad stranger standing on the bridge for reasons unknown before leaving with a mysterious woman. However, who knows? We don't know anything more than that. So after an evening of rest, the party chose to head north to the northern crossing to see if there was anything else interesting at the bridge that they had not yet visited. Upon arrival, they found a number of ghouls, which, although irritating, proved easy enough to, let's say, dispatch. And then, upon crossing the bridge, they found a large, strange symbol exposed under the tar of the river. But after some deliberation, they chose not to dispatch or try to harm the symbol quite yet, on the off chance that, maybe perhaps it was actually a good thing? I guess they'll find out. But after that, they chose to head into the Badlands, for better or worse, rather than report back to town. So that's just about where we are now. How y'all doing? You decided to head out, I believe, and try to return to this bridge before nightfall.
Yep, that was the plan. See how well we do.
We're looking to do.
And you all have your steeds, I take it?
We do indeed.
It's still raining, pretty misty. Visibility is not fantastic.
Willow is going to take her packed rod, which is actually a parasol, and pop it and have a little umbrella. Except it's completely lacy and absolutely worthless for practical purposes. But
I mean, how much does an umbrella really help when you're already a bit damp?
yeah, not very much at all.
Probably not very much. Unless you've picked up prestidigitation, which, as the DM, I know that you probably have not.
Wait.
Huh?
Ah! Willow prestidigitates herself a little bit cooler, which doesn't work because it's a lacy umbrella and she still gets wet.
I admit that's me assuming. You can just dry yourself every however long. I don't know.
Yeah.
Every 60 seconds, you're dry, and then the little flecks of like water start to appear, and then you press
Arcane windshield wipers.
Perfect.
Sure. But only in 1 square foot, so.
Yeah.
Just cycling over your whole body, then by the time you're at your feet, you have to go back to your head and then just keep going.
Right. It's like
She's
Roomba
absolutely
sounds.
Yeah, she's absolutely doing that, and she's not paying attention whatsoever. So
She's living her best life.
So
All right. So you guys did see ghoul scuffling footprints headed over the bridge that you can pretty easily track in the opposite direction. If you guys want to track those footprints, I will probably have you do a little fun nature check. Or I guess that's survival, right?
Survival?
I'll take nature or survival. That's fine. Nature or survival. Get your tracking
Willow
on.
is being a goof and it's not helping.
Ugh.
I have a terrible habit that when I tell you guys to roll dice, I just roll dice. But then again, that kind of obscures whether I'm doing things, so, you know.
Yeah.
So it could be nature or survival, depending.
I'll take either one.
Okay.
They got a big fat 9.
Ooh.
Nice.
Solid 10.
Hey!
All right.
Double nice.
How about a 21?
Here we go.
I got a 19.
All right.
Ooh.
The competent ones.
Yeah.
What did Willow get?
She's not helping.
Oh,
she is.
she's not. You're right.
She's
You're
very
right, you're right,
distracted. Yeah.
All right. So Mal and Claire, I think, are probably the most focused on tracking our little ghouly friends here. It's raining a little bit. It's a little muddy. That's the excuse the rest of you go with, I'm sure. And yeah, you can easily, with those numbers, easily track the ghouls back from whence they came, which will be a little bit of a ride.
Does it, you know how ants kind of pile themselves up in a line, kind of following the same
To obscure their
path?
footprints.
Does it seem like they're all, like there is one set of tracks that's worn down over time? Or does it seem like they all kind of converged into one point and then moved on? Like, is there a sign that they're being called to this area, or does it seem like they're point A to point B, these tracks?
They are not right on top of each other. They're not following in each other's footsteps necessarily, but they are all coming from the same origin. They're not converging on this point.
Okay.
So, you know, like if you guys as a group were traveling together, your footprints wouldn't be in a line, but it would be coming from the same place.
Okay.
So safe to assume they all have the same origin.
I'll as we're tracking, I'll also kind of like nod over to Sylvie and be like, keep eyes on our 6 as we go through here.
On it. Yeah. And Sylvie will do just that. And as they travel, she'll just kind of drop back to the rear of our little caravan and keep an eye behind us.
Smart.
Was that audible by like everybody around? Claire.
I wasn't trying to obscure it. I was just, I figured having the sharpshooter watch our back was probably a best idea.
It probably is. You're not military, are you?
I am not.
All right. I knew a couple people who were military and used to say, arms of a clock in order to give directions like that. Never met anybody else who's done that.
I mean, I feel like clock is an easy reference for many a folk.
Yeah.
So
It's
like
easy.
a circle.
And it makes sense, relatively speaking, to everything around.
Not trying to connect anything too much. I'm just interested where you get that kind of colloquialism from.
Preacher, for someone who's not trying to connect a whole lot, you sure have a lot of questions for all of us.
I have historically not been very good about getting to know people around me. Trying to do my part.
Well, welcome to the club. And Claire will speed the horse up a little bit.
Val lets her go.
From the back of the group,
sighs.
you just hear Willow call. I was like, check out those rocks facing the east.
Yes, I would love if you would do that from behind me.
Honey,
because
that's not east.
there are other directions.
Really? But I thought north was always in front.
No,
But
ma'am.
no, that's not how that works.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Well, look at the sun. Look at where it's at, and
It's raining.
well, all right. Do you remember where the sun was before it started raining?
It was behind me.
Oh, for fuck! That means that we're okay. For fuck's sake.
Seems like sound logic. She's got it. It's fine.
Yeah, see, Amity
Yep.
agreed.
Yeah,
No
yep.
issue whatsoever. Just keep riding.
Will not
Keep
be
going.
a problem later at all.
Nope. Could not possibly.
DM, what direction are we walking in?
You are moving approximately east.
Perfect.
Are there rocks to investigate?
There are rocks around you. There are plenty of rocks if you would like to look at them.
I
was
would love to
mostly
look
distracted
around.
by something that looks shiny, by the way. So
I am
How seriously?
following
okay.
directions of Willow because I trust her and she's nice to me. So I would like to,
Bad decision.
as we are walking, considering Mal is not really a leader, is gonna be like looking for the symbols that we saw earlier, the glowy ones.
I'm assuming you're all on horseback.
Oh yeah, just
Here.
looking from horseback. I'm not
Okay,
getting
you're not like flipping any rocks. You're not looking in for any fun pebbles.
No.
Well,
As we're moving forward, though, are we coming up on any like larger rock structures? Like, is there like a mountain range or like a, I don't know, gully in front of us?
yeah. So as you enter into the Badlands, so the Black River side, the Black River town side of the Black River, I know, is a little flatter. It's a little more friendly to ranch land. It's not completely flat, but it's a little less mountainous and a little less rocky. But as you go into the Badlands, it does start to have more kind of little canyons, rises, sheer cliff faces and edges that you do have to navigate. A lot more interesting sort of formations, pretty cool striated rock, that kind of stuff. It's very desertous, but there's some plants, some evidence of normal animal life. But there are more places for either you or other things to hide, certainly.
it gets to the point where there are places for other things to hide, I would use my the summon familiar thing that I have to just send up a little raven to like do circles, keep an eye out.
Oh, cool.
Always also keeping an eye on all these, especially as we're approaching that. Just for looking for anything weird, suspicious. Yeah.
So as you move away from the river, it's not as foggy or steamy just because the river was really the thing that was generating a lot of that fog that you were seeing earlier. It's still gray and a bit dismal, but you can see significantly further than you did before. Is there anything else you guys want to do, or do you just keep traveling and following the tracks? All right. So as you travel, let's say it's about 2 hours of the 3 that you are intending to travel before you turned back. How far can that raven see? I assume the same amount as a normal raven, right?
I mean, yeah, it has a passive perception of 13.
Okay, all right. That's good to know, actually. So...
And has a 50-foot flying speed, so it's, scooting back and forth.
So that raven can make some pretty big loops for you, I think. Can you communicate with it telepathically, or does it just have to come back?
Yeah, it follows the same rules as normal Find Familiar,
Okay.
according to the language. So, 100 feet, but I would let it, go out and, kind of come back. And
All right.
if it gets further than that, it would just be like a scream if you see something sort of thing.
Cool, thank you. So after about 2 hours, that raven makes a big loop and comes back to you and tells you that it sees what looks to be a town in the far distance in the same direction that you're headed. But a very small town.
I would sort of kiss the group, hey, there's a town up ahead. Any of you know anything about that?
This probably also seems a little strange to you, Amity, because you've never heard of anybody living out here.
Yeah. I mean, I've been here for years, and I didn't think anyone lived out this far. Preacher?
No, I don't know anything about that at all.
Well, maybe we should use some caution coming up on it.
Probably. How many miles are we from town proper?
You're probably about...
Or how many days travel?
From Blackriver, or from this town?
From Blackriver.
Blackriver, you...
Like a full day at this point?
Now would be about, I think, let me double check. It's 8 to 10 hours, I believe. So a full day, yeah.
Okay.
Any sign of life?
Did the bird come back with any signs of life?
So the bird tells you that it didn't see anything moving in town.
Probably because we've already burned it with a fireball.
Need a fireball? What?
Yeah, we need a fireball.
No, we don't.
No. Okay.
Not just yet.
It could also be that they're, I don't know, inside, underground, not awake.
Well,
Not wet.
dinner
It is
time.
raining.
Not living,
Mm-hmm.
walking around as dead.
Mm-hmm.
Probably about 3 or 4 p.m. for you guys right now.
Well, that's
We
unsettling.
real can't stay long. Checking this out
Oh, it's-
before we need to, if we want to head back by when we were talking about.
Well, if it's
Well,
town,
how
though,
do
we
we
can
go?
potentially stay there.
No, we can't. I don't think we can.
Yeah, I don't trust it.
So we could find high ground out here, camp for the night, and try and go in the morning. Or go all the way back to town. Pointing like
We're gonna
behind me,
have to
the
ride.
town.
All the way back out. Yeah.
I mean, we could get reinforcements in theory, but I think we sounded like the reinforcements.
Yeah. I got that feeling too.
Yeah, I can send a message to anyone, but reinforcements that I can call is a single man or, well, a bunch of mercenaries, and we don't really have money for that.
No, not exactly.
Nor do I really think that's a particularly good idea.
Well, why don't we start by seeing if we can't get a better idea of what's up there? Quickly, mind. And then go from there.
Well, I think there's something to be said for waving and saying hello, showing we don't have any bad intentions.
Alternatively, I could quiet like scout up ahead and see what's going on.
Alternatively,
Mm,
Claire, you want to disappear?
Are you threatening me, ma'am?
I mean, no, unless you don't want to disappear.
She looks genuinely confused.
She's
and-
generally confused right
Yeah.
back at you.
all right,
Like-
hold on. like looking between
just-
the two
And
of them.
also like slowly just putting her like knuckles on, but like trying
You
to
did
do
not
it stealthily.
perceive that. She's still like on her horse, like leaning towards you, just like really like.
Miss Willow, what
just-
exactly do you mean by disappear? Do you mean killing? Because I think that's how she's taking your meaning.
Oh no, I meant literally like can't see her,
Okay.
Like-
That makes a little more sense.
visibly gone. Oh no. If I would not tell you if I was trying to kill you, and I would be much farther away. And that's just a really bad idea in general.
I suppose that
Noted.
logic is sound. I think I'm gonna try to keep you close if that's okay.
It's fine by me.
I guess.
And she's gonna look back at everyone like, "This is what we want to do." I
Well, how
Yeah.
long does it last, and how far are we from the town, and can we get a high ground situation going? Tactics?
I mean,
Anyone?
she gonna look at Claire and like very seriously look at you. You can't hit anything. No. Look at me. Don't look at you can't hit anything. You can't hit me, especially, but because if you do, you become visible again.
All right.
Okay.
How
In an hour.
How close are you standing to Claire?
She's still on her horse, so
Okay.
depending on if
Okay,
you
okay,
moved
okay.
closer or not to her.
Claire will move a little closer and just kind of like try to make it so that the others don't hear, but just like lean forward a little bit and like, is this gonna hurt?
No. It may tingle a little bit, but that's just because I have to throw a card at you.
You have to what?
It's how it works. That's the magic's from the cards. I got it. Yeah. I guess I can like hold it up to you and see if that works. It won't hurt. I promise.
Okay.
Is
I've
this
seen your
card?
threshold. This what we want to do? Or we want
I
to?
mean,
It's only gonna go for an hour until she punches something. So
how
Maybe
close
we
are
get
we
in
to this
position.
town? Yeah.
Yeah.
How close are we?
So as you guys are moving forward here, you kind of come up over the top of the hill and you can see it yourselves. You're only about a mile away. So if you ran very quickly, and maybe if you can run an 11-minute mile, that's up to you. That's not that bad, actually. People run faster than that.
Yeah,
But like 15-20 minute walk. Like not that bad.
Willow's kind of looking at distance. Like, I guess I could walk with you part of the way and walk back.
I mean, is there cover for people between here and there? Like, structures, rocks?
There are some rock formations, plants, that kind of stuff. If you really needed to hide, you probably couldn't hide like all of you and all of your horses behind anything. But if you really needed to kind of do a little duck and cover, you could. You guys also, as you come over this hill, you do notice it is a little strange how small the town is and how there's really not anything at all around it. Like, it kind of seems like it was just plopped in the middle of the desert. But you also don't see anyone moving, no signs of life.
Aside from where we're coming in from, are there roads out of the town? Or is it literally just...
No, the town does not have any roads coming or going from it.
Maybe it's... Okay, one time when I was traveling in the desert, it got really, really hot, and I hadn't had water for a few days. And I saw, like, a beach, and I could never get close enough to the beach. It just kept disappearing. Maybe we're just all collectively seeing the beach.
What were you doing out in the desert?
It's
Going from one
raining
town to
right
another
now.
town. There's a lot of desert between towns.
Enough water?
I severely did not pack enough supplies in time, and it was a quick exit.
Tracks.
Somehow that doesn't surprise me.
Yeah. See?
Anyway, maybe we leave the horses on the other side of the hill, get a little closer, and then do this invisibility thing. We might be in a better position to defend.
Give y'all a little
If
more
anything.
time, and I
See if
think
it
that's a good
disappears.
point. That's more time to, well, closer distance in case we need to rush in and save you from whatever the fuck kind of trouble you get yourself into.
I would never get myself into trouble.
Never. As she
Jurassic laugh.
looks directly at like her black eye. And whatever other injuries she currently has.
She has a stellar reputation. What are you talking about? She would never.
And then be like, an hour is a long time to ask for me to not hit something.
I know,
Well,
but you can really punch anything beforehand. It's just then that spell goes away.
Oh,
And-
I get that. Mal, come here.
Don't you hit him.
Do it,
He will
do it, yeah.
crumple.
He gets right off his horse. He walks
Now,
up to you.
stay on your horse, little man.
Don't be rude, Malcolm. He's asking a question.
Man,
Oh
I'm
my
6 feet tall.
I mean, how much of that is muscle, though?
Not a lot of it.
I believe Claire has 2 inches on you.
Is he wearing heeled boots though?
Mal? No, he
got
doesn't wear heels.
lifts.
He's got lips on the inside, yeah. They're like 2 sizes too big for no good reason. Yeah, Mal walks up to you.
It was a joke, sir.
Oh, all right.
Oh,
Well,
come on.
I mean,
Well, now
Look
I feel
over
like
it.
you should definitely hit him.
okay, I hit him.
he lets you.
Hey, roll an unarmed
no.
strike.
Okay.
Oh, God. God.
Mm.
Okay, that is, that's a 23 to hit.
Oh, goodness.
That is
We're
10 points
terrible.
over my armor class.
Where do you hit him?
I I dead arm him. Like hit him in the pressure point, like yeah. So it's
All
gonna
right.
like be tingly and falling asleep. Yeah, that's 8 points of damage.
Jeez.
I didn't have.
I feel like he stumbles backwards and like clutches it, and then
Where?
like, heals himself real fast.
I mean, they told me to.
I'm just like chortling in the
I mean,
background.
yeah, Sylvie's also laughing. Yeah.
He's like very clearly, upset and a little injured, but is kind of rubbing at the wound and just goes, I have a younger sister. It's fine.
Look, Willow will like hop off and like go over to Malins. Claire,
It's fine. It's
I
fine.
wasn't going
are you
to,
Rosie?
but they egged me on.
It was worth it. It was worth it.
Yeah.
Next time,
worth
if
it,
I'm
yeah.
expecting it, I'll make it a challenge.
She told you she was.
She did not say she was going to hit me. She said, "Come here." I
Well,
assumed
but the
then it was
context
good.
from the question leading up to that.
I was not paying attention.
For somebody so
All right, there it is.
so wordy and and hoity, you kind of missed out on the implying the implications of getting decked.
Well, don't usually expect that someone is going to just dick me for being here, but
I mean,
the laugh would turn to the other cheek,
I mean, you want me to do it again?
I think you need to hit the other cheek.
Yeah, I think he just invited you to.
No,
Claire, do we need to have a talk about peer pressure? No, Claire.
Or maybe after we figure out what's going on in this creepy.
That's fair.
Town.
Yeah, maybe you can wait.
The fact that you're holding the dice threateningly is really getting me. I really will not ask the compulsion. However, if we want to save something for later, more than happy to have a pleasant conversation or see what everybody can do.
Yeah, y'all can
Sir,
have
are
a pleasant
you asking
conversation
to
later.
Fart to fight me or fart me? Yes. Okay. Sir, are you trying to fart on me?
Oh God.
Because
You know,
the way your
consent
face was
adults.
like squishing, I was just wondering.
I mean, if we're both into it, then fine, whatever.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's gonna get clipped.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I am not inviting you to a fight, ma'am. But if that is an activity that you think blows off some steam, then maybe
I assume you are not hitting on me then, because I feel like
Absolutely
you
not,
are more
ma'am.
of the sheriff proclivity.
I
Looked more like you
have
were
said
hitting
it once,
him,
I've said
Claire.
it several times. I'm not really looking
He
for
is
anything
most
like that.
definitely not my type. Are we doing this? Like, have we
Yeah,
finished the horses? and-
Yeah, we came up with a plan and then y'all were just bantering. Like, we got time.
We got distracted. Let's take care of business.
Do we need anyone to stay back here with the horses?
Nah, the donkey will watch the horses. It's fine.
I'm not sure that's how it works.
It's like dogs without horses.
Yeah, just like that. They got it. They're fine. And I
perfect, yeah.
will just,
That'll be great.
druid speak at them and be like, hang out here, dudes. In druid speak.
I think, okay, the horses kind of are like, okay.
Cool.
Horses are like, nailed it. We're gonna chew on this bush.
Sylvie cannot actually talk to animals, but before they leave, like as they're leaving the horses, she's definitely like talking to her horse, being like, "Okay, you're gonna be fine. You're gonna be all right. I'll be right back." Like,
The horse nudges her shoulder as though it understands.
all right, you're fine. She cannot talk to horses. The horse cannot understand the words that she is saying, but she does it anyways.
No, but they've got the rapport, the horse likes her. Yeah.
Let me carry on.
All right, so you guys head towards the town on foot.
Like Scooby-Doo sneaking.
Yeah. Trying to stealth
Mm-hmm.
a little tiny bit.
I
Yeah.
will, because I believe I can move faster than these folks. I would like to kind of get out ahead and stealth a little bit away from the group.
I send the raven up above again.
All right. So Claire, then I will have you roll a separate stealth from everybody else. But everybody roll stealth.
What the fuck is with my dice today?
Shit.
What the hell?
Okay. It's every day for me though.
Yeah.
7.
9.
8!
10.
We can count, guys.
Just not in the right order.
Not in the right order.
21.
So do we get like a full house? Oh god.
Yeah, we get like extra stealth points for it being in order.
Sure. Cumulative.
Yes.
We're ready for preschool. We can count to 10.
So the rest of you are kind of just, you're basically walking normally along. Like, you think you're being sneaky, but it's only okay. Claire, however, does a pretty good job, actually, and gets out ahead of everybody else with increasing... how far do you want to get out ahead of everybody else? As much as possible, or just...
Enough to where just like I don't seem like I am with their group, or that like their loud asses would mess up the stealth.
All right.
She's embarrassed to be seen with us.
Yeah, Claire is not having it with the rest of you, but she's being mighty sneaky. And as you guys approach the town, it becomes increasingly clear that the buildings are not in good shape, and that there's nobody in them. There are no horses. There are no carts. There's nothing like. It definitely doesn't seem like there's anybody living here right now. And the closer you get, you realize that what should have been a shop, really, downtown, has been... You can see into it from the side as though half of it is just missing. Like it's been cut cleanly in half, and half of it is just completely missing. So you can like see into it, and everything in there is kind of messed up. There's just like stuff lying everywhere. And yeah, that it's basically just a very, very small grouping of buildings very close together, and there are no streets in and out. There's no evidence of anything in the surrounding area, no ranches, no houses, no nothing. It's basically a big section of desert with a chunk of town in the middle. And it's quite quiet. And the Raven sees the same from up above.
It's just Claire in here right now, right?
Claire... Well, let's say Claire sees that building first. Because, like, all of you guys are coming up kind of not that far apart. But I think let's say she's the first to see it, yeah.
Yeah, I'd probably head back and then point it out, because if we're gonna do this invisible stuff, then
I'm kind of afraid we're just gonna punch Mal again, but while invisible.
Well, I mean, if there's nothing to hide from, why would we go? But
It looked empty to you, Mel, when you were up there, Claire?
it looked real empty.
And I say we take that risk and all just go. Everybody. There's nothing, like you said, Amity, if there ain't nothing to hide from.
there's something to hide from currently. So, yeah, I'm saying we might as well.
Mm. And if something does show up, I'd feel a hell of a lot better if we were all together to fight it.
Also true.
Shall we?
If you're all agreed, then you approach the town together. As you come up on the edge of it, you do come up on that building that's sort of been very cleanly cut down the middle, and it is very strange. Like, you can see the second floor and up and like the roof is just half missing. Like, the building's just been cut in half. And the other half of it is missing. But the rest of downtown looks somewhat similar to Blackriver. It's a relatively small western downtown area, kind of. But there's nobody in it.
Is the side of the building...
I think we're on the same train of thought, yeah.
Yeah. Is the side of the building that's missing facing towards us as we're coming into town? Like, is it...
Yes.
Are there any other buildings next to it or around it, like around this outside, that have similar parts, like, sliced off?
So if you guys are kind of poking around town, do you want to spread out? Do you want to stay together as a group?
Before we do any of that, I would just kind of be like, hold up for a second and go into my familiar with its last little bit of time and just do like a 100-foot round to see if I see any more buildings like that.
Okay, so you looking through your familiar, you are currently in your own body, deaf and blind, but you can see through your familiar, and from up above, you realize that yes, there are other buildings that have been sort of shorn with pieces cut off them, and that they form a perfect circle. Like the piece of the town you're looking at is a perfect circle.
I'm gonna relay that. I'm just gonna come out of there and be like, I think this is a cylinder, like a circle of town that's just been plopped here. Like, there's other buildings missing faces.
Oh fuck, does that mean that there is a town somewhere that's just missing a whole circle out of the middle of it? Like, come from someplace?
Is there like debris like on the outside of the circle, or is it like desert and then cut building and then town?
There is a little bit of debris, but it is reasonable to guess that it may have just fallen out of the buildings themselves or off of the edges of them.
Can Willow use her mage hand and go into the shopkeep and pick up something, preferably something paper with writing on it, and bring it back? Like, preferably if anything looks like newspaper or anything of that sort.
Yeah, sure. So Willow uses what is the range on mage hand again? Is that 100 feet?
30 feet.
30 feet. Okay, so you get up there and you reach into the shop, and there's sort of just a bunch of stuff strewn everywhere, and it's quite easy for you to select a random piece of paper. And you pull it back out, and it's basically just a receipt for a grain sale, like the type of grain that you would feed to animals.
Does it have like the shop name or the city or anything of that sort?
No. So So yes and no. So it says Marjorum's General Store, and the year is the current year.
Have you guys ever heard of a Marjorum's General Store?
It's unlikely that any of you have.
I don't think so. No.
I mean, more importantly, have any of us heard of a town with a circle missing from it?
Yeah.
Not in my recollection. DM.
Sylvie's walking into town. She's curious now.
I think Mal would follow kind of cautiously. Mal came up from the south, right?
Mm-hmm.
So this is not an area that he'd be familiar with at all?
No, nothing from that receipt seems familiar to him. Or from just these chunks of town that you're seeing.
Okay.
The tracks, do they come from the town, did we spotted the town and then we veered off, but like, are we still following the tracks?
Yes, you are. So the tracks do lead through this town.
And they lead out of it as well.
So, actually, since you're all kind of wandering around looking at things, why don't you all roll me a perception check?
Nice.
Jesus Christ. I'm using a fucking luck point. What the fuck? What the fuck?
That is 16.
Oh my god.
Perception?
16. Yes, perception.
14.
Also 14.
10.
3.
Well,
I haven't rolled above a 10 all day.
You're just getting your bad rolls out of the way.
Yeah.
You're good. So I don't know. Amity's busy with the bird or something, but the rest,
just little bird.
yeah, just scratch. The rest of you, you've been focused on the town, but you've been paying attention to the tracks that you've been tracking, and you realize that they did lead here, and they do kind of split up and wander around town. Like, it's not like they just, passed through. They seem to have wandered around in this town, seemingly at random, but certainly up to the porches and doors.
Is there anything that looks like a scuffle or a fight, or is it? I got a 14, so I will.
So the tracks are a bit random. They're a bit hard to read, but you can kind of tell that it seems like things have been dragged through the dirt here or there. Whether that's, what that is, you can't tell, but certainly the ghouls, if they were here for a little while and were wandering around and coming in and out of the buildings and dragging things. Maybe something's been going on.
Looks like our friends were taking things with them, or at least redecorating.
Mm-hmm.
Drag marks.
Are there any signs on shops or anything like that have like a name of a town written on them? Anything like X Town Sheriff Station or something like that?
If you want to specifically look for that, there are not any signs on the outsides of the buildings that say a town name, but it could be reasonable for you to guess that somewhere like the sheriff's office or something might have more information inside.
Cool.
While we investigate, I want to flip up Eyes of the Grave one more time.
Okay, let's see. That's a 60-foot.
60-foot. I know the location of any undead that isn't behind total cover and isn't protected from divination.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Currently, you do not see anything, but I'm assuming you're keeping that up for
Yes.
the duration, which
I would
is
like
10
to keep
minutes,
that up.
right?
Um,
Or is it an hour?
it's an action. It's not very long.
Oh, it's one of those like blank ones. Okay. Then yeah, you don't see anything. Assuming you're standing downtown, like in the middle of the street.
Yeah.
Okay. So if you guys are do you just sort of go into the center of town, or is there anything else that you're doing?
Do we open doors?
Willow will summon her mage hand and say, "Take a door."
And this is right about when you hear a voice that you've heard before that says, "I wouldn't do that if I were you." And out from around the corner of a building steps a drow woman who you've seen relatively recently. Seems y'all caught up. Took you long enough.
Mage hand waves.
She ignores it.
And what in the hell are you doing here?
Same as you, I assume. Trying to figure out where all those damn ghouls came from.
Got anything to share?
That depends. What have you found?
I may be confused, but I believe that Miss Sylvie asked you a question first, and you want us to give up our information just all free willy-nilly because you hoity-toity can, like, teleport and whoop shit and do weird bridge meetings and all that?
Willow
Well
was like
said.
in the process of pulling out the receipt that they had found and slowly tucking it back away. Like, oh wait.
She kind of like sizes Claire up,
Claire
like sort of the
stands up,
top to
sits
bottom
a little
look.
strainer.
You're awfully focused on who goes first, huh? Seems to me we might be able to help each other. I'm just curious why a bunch of you would ride all the way out here just thinking, what? What is it you hope to find?
I mean, I feel like we were fairly forthcoming the first time well, not technically the first time we met each other, but when we chatted last time, we were pretty forthright about what we were hired to do. You were Miss Cryptic, aloof, whatnot.
So what you're saying, Miss Dawson, is that you want me to give you what I know, and I want you to give me what you know.
I'm just saying, I am not the brightest of individuals, and therefore I have used most of my vocabulary in this conversation. But with that being said, I get the impression that all you want to do is find out what it is we know and then scoot along with not revealing any information to us.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah.
Listen,
I mean, especially when it's just little old you out here and you could have so much help.
trust me, I don't need any help. I'm doing just fine. But fine, I'll tell you my theory if you tell me yours after. Deal?
Fine, we'll show you ours after you show us yours.
If that's how you want to put it, then sure. Have you noticed the town is a circle?
Yeah.
Yeah, we got
Yeah.
that.
It doesn't belong here. It didn't used to be here recent as a month ago. It's the last time I was through. So I think someone put it here.
Yeah. And
My question is why. But I don't know. I'm working on a theory.
Question for the
care to
DM.
share or elaborate? Oh, yeah, go ahead.
By any chance, yes, there's a circle, but by any chance is there a line through it?
You would have to ask Amity that, unless she... Well, you should probably ask Amity, actually. But, well, okay, you're standing in it. There's like the main street, basically, that runs through the center. So you could argue there was a line through it.
Okay. Sorry for the interruption.
No, you're fine. I had to think about how to answer the question. Yes, the main street runs through the center of town. Whether or not you interpret that as a line is up to you and your character. Well, here's the thing. Why put a town full of people and drop it directly into the Badlands? I think there were people here when it got dropped, but they're not here anymore. I think something ate them.
the ghouls weren't the people of the town transformed?
Yeah, that's what I was wondering. Yeah.
It's as good a theory as any.
We were
Either the
able to-
ghouls ate them, some kind of food, or they got transformed.
So why shouldn't we be opening doors?
Well, you don't know what's in there, do you?
Do you?
That's why we're opening the door with the hand, and then we'll all stand back, and then we'll blast anything that comes out.
Well, I opened a door a couple minutes ago, and there was one of your little friends in there. So there might be more, but suit yourself.
We didn't hear anything, did we?
Not yet. No, you didn't hear anything.
Where was it? The one that you saw? The one that the door you opened?
If you really want to know, it was down at the church at the end of town. Scuffling around in there wearing a little priest's collar. Cute.
Okay.
It's dark. That's some dark stuff.
Yeah.
I'm still on team. The ghouls were from the town.
Mm-hmm.
Were the people of the town.
I
Especially
would
with
be
that.
on
Me.
to the rig.
Yep.
Wondering what kind of unholy thing drops an entire town in the middle of the Badlands.
Or is that
That's
in the
it.
literal ghost town? Yeah.
I mean,
Or Ghoul town, I suppose.
Cool town.
takes a lot of magic.
Someone
And maybe the
who's-
town was corrupt before, and they were just getting it away from other people.
My experience, corrupt towns don't tend to get picked up and dropped other places. They fare a little bit better than the nicer places. We were only able to track footprints from Black River all the way out here.
I figured you'd probably come over the North Bridge. You find my present.
Difficult to distinguish, I think, Nikolai.
I just wondered what you'd make of it, knowing that there are those big symbols under the river.
Is that a gift from you?
Maybe so. I'm curious about all of you.
How did you manage to make that sound menacing? Like, what the hell?
Yeah.
Have you explored further than this town?
Recently or long term?
Mostly recently.
I spend a fair amount of time out here. There's not a lot that can hurt me.
I'm not actually concerned with your well-being. I was more concerned whether or not there were other towns, maybe even larger than this one, that have been dropped into the middle of the Badlands.
No, I can't say I've seen any others. It's worth a look, I suppose, although I don't think I'll be doing it myself. Might see what I can do about it later. I need to get back and report this to Vance.
Why would someone like you be reporting to someone like him?
Well, that's the question, isn't it? But it's not one I'm gonna answer for you, Miss Dawson.
What about for the rest of us?
No.
Alright, fair.
You want my life story, you gotta buy me a drink first.
Claire pulls out a bottle of whiskey.
Oh no, you're gonna
Good
have
or
to
the
do this.
bad?
Much better than that, Miss Dawson.
I pulled out the good. What's left
Okay.
of the good, not the... Oh, I'm hanging on to that.
I respect the taste, but I don't think now is the time. Anyhow, we might as well take care of our little friends, if there are more of them.
Nikolai?
Wait, you want to just leave them out here? It'll be you cleaning it up.
Well, you're gonna stay and help us? You just said you had to report back.
Well, I do, but it doesn't take me as much time as it takes you to get it just about anywhere, does it?
Willow's gonna like spin and like twirl her skirts and like rub her hands. Pick a door, any door.
Well, I think we should just do it systematically until they start coming out from the noise.
Yeah.
So the north door?
Yeah, that's north.
west.
Go ahead. Just let her open.
That's whatever.
Willow, do you mind helping me see the gentleman at the church first?
Sure. Which way?
There's gonna be more bodies to burn.
Okay, but we're gonna have to drag them all into a giant pile because at max I can do 3 fireballs today.
How big is this circle of town again? Sorry.
It's a chunk of downtown. Let's say that it's about a quarter-mile diameter.
Okay.
Which is
Maybe we could
what,
do
1,200
something to draw them all out, get them all in one, place.
A
At least as
little
many as
trap,
we
I
could,
like
make our
that.
work a little easier.
Yeah. I mean, anyone have anything loud?
Well, I could.
Sylvie pulls out her gun and aims it at the sky.
Well, let's maybe do some setup first.
Whenever you're ready.
Sylvie,
Yeah.
if you can provide the noise, I can push them in a direction. As many as I can.
Are the roofs of this town like flat roofs where, can get up there and hang out?
So they're slightly angled, but in a way that, like, yeah, you could get up there and sit on them if you want.
Oh, okay, I'm just good. I feel like I'd like to be on a roof. Y'all can have fun on the ground. So, are we doing this now?
Whenever y'all want.
Alright, fuck it. And she aims her pistol at the sky and, fires off 3 shots.
Shit.
Willow Misty steps up to the top of the roof.
Well, god damn, I just, I just do, my spores thing. Symbiotic entity is what I do as I'm, swearing and, looking for a ladder to get onto a roof.
All right, I'll give you all a round to do whatever, and then at the end of it, Sylvie will cause trouble.
On purpose.
On purpose.
I'm gonna walk straight away from Sylvie, as far down as I can get. So that if anything pops out between us, I can push it towards her with a turn undead.
Ooh.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Well, I suppose here I'm going to have everybody roll initiative for the sake of this, what is basically a surprise round. All right, let me.
I just realized this character has no rope to help you up, Amity. I'm just throwing everything.
Oh, sons of bitches, what the shit?
I think Claire's a little bit like, I don't really know what I can do in this situation unless I'm supposed to hit them.
You're just putting your fists up.
Loading screen.
Yeah, you're standing in the middle, getting real limber in front of Nikolai, I suppose.
Yeah, you're doing the
Idle
cool,
animation,
trying to look cool, trying to flex.
Trying? Excuse me? There is no
Doing
try.
it.
Do or do not.
She's kind of just watching all of you guys with a very bemused sort of expression. All right. Let me write some stuff down. Everybody do me... let's see. All right, tell me your initiatives first. I'm deciding here. So 25 to 20.
Dirty 20.
Dirty 20. You are rolling really well today.
Nice.
I have a nice bonus to my initiative.
Tasty. So 19 to 15. Oh.
Good work, guys.
Doing fantastic. 14 to 10.
11.
10.
All right. Sylvie, 11. Amity, 10. 9 to 5.
5.
7.
Okay, 7 for Mal. Willow is 5. I rolled for Nikolai, and I'm going to write down some little friend.
Little friends.
Little friends.
So, all right. First off,
No.
Nikolai is going to, because her initiative is very good.
Claire, how does
She-
it make you feel that she goes first?
Flexin. She summons 2 dire wolves that appear on either side of
Nice.
her. And that is going to be her turn. So, Claire, what's your flexing? Are you just limbering up? You got anything you want to
If
do?
there's nothing for me
Alright.
to hit, then yeah, I'm just.
Fair enough. Sylvie.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, that's
Yeah?
fine. Yep.
okay. Sylvie, what's up? You just getting ready?
I mean, if I've already fired off my shots to get everybody's attention, then I'll just hold my attack action until
What are we being
What is
shown?
this?
What is happening?
Nothing. Just I'm needing to move, and so I was just covering my camera for a second.
Okay.
Oh, okay. I thought it was an X, and I was like, oh no.
Oh no.
Yeah, Sylvie's just gonna hold an attack action until some ghoulies show up.
All right. Amity, got anything you want to do?
I'm still looking around. Are there
course.
ladders to roofs anywhere?
There is not strictly speaking a ladder, but there's kind of like a low wooden railing with like a post and a roof overhang. So if you were feeling
I mean, I
limber,
think about it. I do the thing where you kind of like take a half a fast step towards it and then shake your head, and then I just turn around and I'll just go ahead and run past Claire and do a quick enlarge and then like dive behind some barrels.
so we're making big woman again. Fantastic.
Big woman.
Absolutely fantastic. Yep, living the dream. Mal, what's up?
I would love to. Can I hold on? Sorry. I cannot bonus action dash. I wish I could. I would love to use my full movement to get as far away from the fighting group as possible. But before I go, I would love to cast Bless on everyone that I can reach within 30 feet. I can do it on 3 people. So I guess I started standing next to Sylvie, so she's gonna get one. And then I think probably Amity and Willow had already moved, so I will also give one to Claire, and I will also give one to Ms. Nikolai.
Ooh. Very magnanimous of you.
Whenever
Okay.
a target makes an attack roll or a saving throw before the spell ends as a 1-minute concentration, they can roll a d4 and add the number rolled to the attack or save. So keep that in mind.
Okay, so Sylvie fires her gun. It is quite loud, and you guys very quickly hear some groaning and scuffling and some activity inside the surrounding buildings as some of the darkened openings and doors kind of open up and out shuffle some of these ghouls that you've seen before. A few of them are wearing like little garments, random, like one of them's got a little skirt. It's a little weird, actually. So everybody load up roll 20 for me, if you can do me that favor.
So what, Willow?
Is the skirt fashionable? Like it is in style or anything? Or is it foreign?
It is a fairly simple kind of
Like
cotton
flower bag skirt.
Yeah, it's like what you'd expect to see on like a farm woman, I guess. A farm. That's really descriptive of farm woman. It's like a prairie. It's a prairie dress.
Okay.
It's a nice periwinkle blue.
Which building would you suggest Willow would have been on as we were doing this? If she would not have seen any of the ghouls or anything before this had happened.
You pick for me. One of these main four in the sort of downtown crossings. You want upper left, upper right?
I'll take
lower
upper
left,
left.
lower right. Lower, okay. Move yourself where you think you'd be in this situation. These little ghoulies are all kind of starting to come out. Oh, maybe there we go. All right. If it's easier to crop the lower section, DM. I can't call you DM anymore.
The lower section with the two roofs or whatever.
Unless you guys run down there, you won't need that lower section.
Okay, awesome.
Probably not the upper section either. All right, so our little friends. Let me group them up just a tad. So, okay. First in the order, once again, is going to be Nikolai. So, she is going to... What is she gonna do? She is going to... So she starts running at one of these ghouls on our left here. And when she gets about halfway there, she sort of blinks briefly out of existence and then blinks right back into... Actually, yeah. So she'll start here. She'll blink out of existence briefly, move over here, and shoot this one. So that is going to be a... New sheets, playing NPCs. That's going to be a 28 to hit.
Damn.
And let's see. So that one takes 12 damage and is not looking super great. And then she is going to blink sideways over here, and she's going to shoot this one, and that's going to be a 21 to hit and 14 damage. And then she is going to Yep. Okay, she's going to blink over here. She's going to attack that one, which is going to be a 25 to hit and 14 damage. So she basically just like popped in and out a bunch over here and went, and a bunch of these ghouls all took a whole bunch of damage. It looked pretty dope, I bet. And then next in the order is going to be Claire.
All right. So I'm going to just dart up here to this one and right. Okay, I'm going to try to hit it. My first attack. And I am blessed, correct?
I believe so.
Yeah, and also enlarged.
So that
and
was a
big.
natural 20.
All
Ooh.
right.
You step on it and squish it.
So
Mhm.
that
Bonk.
is... Uh, $21 points of damage for attack number 1.
All right. So this one that you came over and bonked is looking real beefy compared to most of its companions.
And then I will punch it again. Ooh, natural 1.
You had to pay for the first one, I guess.
So,
you know?
bonus action, a flurry of blows.
All right.
That is
So ominous.
that would be a 30 to hit.
What? Yeah,
Tomfoolery.
that'll do it.
Right? Yeah. With the D4 for bless continues, correct? Until it's dropped, or is that just once and it's done?
Malcolm, is that your spell that it continues? I can do that.
You can add a d4 to every attack.
Yeah. So that would be
Yeah.
a 30 to hit
Oh, up to 1 minute. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
for the first
Alright.
one. So that is 10 points of damage. Is it still up?
Yes, it is. And this
All
one's
right.
looking real beefy. You have personally fought some of these beefy ones before.
Yeah. So I will hit it with bonus, or not bonus action, but stunning strike on that one.
All right. Is that a Constitution saving?
Yes, that is
Okay.
a DC 13.
All right. This one, Constitution saving, it just failed.
Oh. Also, because I got a critical hit on that, I attack rolls on that creature are made at advantage until the start of my next turn. So,
All right.
so yeah, and that's any attacks, just FYI to people, not
Okay.
just attacks from me.
All right.
So, okay, that is. Wait, did I already do the damage for that one?
No.
Okay, the 3, so 7 points of damage,
Okay.
and then the last from the flurry of blows. 21 to hit.
That'll do it.
13 points of damage.
All right. Yeah, you really came in here and you knocked this thing around. It's still up, but you gave it a good beating. Okay. Next in the order is gonna be one of these dire wolves. I don't have a token for these. Let's see. I can make one because I am the DM.
Got the power.
Wolf. Wolf. I love how these dogs load in.
And then there were wolves. Look at them.
All right, they were down here. So 1, 2. This one is gonna run up. He's gonna bite this ghoulie, and that is going to be a miss. And then the other one is gonna run up and also try to bite that ghoulie, and that is gonna be a worse miss. So far, wolves not super badass, but they're. And that puts us, because all of you goons rolled so low, actually at a bunch of the ghouls. So this first one,
Question,
Big Spicy.
DM.
Yes.
Would those wolves have pack tactics?
Yes, they do. Thank you.
You're welcome.
They still whiffed it. Well, okay, one of them did.
Those jerks. I tried to help.
God damn it.
Okay, one of them didn't whiff it.
Oh, good boy.
Good boy,
Good
good boy. I'm looking at this art
pup.
from D&D Beyond, and there's like just blood all over this wolf's muzzle. So that
Oh,
feels
good
right.
pup.
Good
Feels
puppy.
good.
Good puppy. Feels good. Feels good. Feels good. So that is going to be a hit, and I'm just going to take the average damage. So yeah, it chomps a good 10 damage into this ghoulie. And that will bring us to the ghouls. Okay, this one that just got roasted is going to try to bonk one of these dogs back, because why not? And that's a natural one. So you don't get to go anymore. Next in the order is going to be... I know. So this one is going to get right up in Mal's business.
I have a question.
Yes.
Since I spent a turn moving, this is something I was going to bring up
Oh, yes.
during my turn. Turn moving 30 feet away from where everybody started, which is where I am now. Is it reasonable to believe that I am behind these guys, or at least 30 feet from where I am?
Where do you want to have moved?
If you will let me, I feel like I walked, because Sylvie was facing in this direction, so I feel like I went like here.
Okay.
Ish. That's like 30 feet.
Sure.
Okay.
So that's where you are. So this
Yeah.
ghoulie came out of this building.
Yep.
It's still going to get up in your business.
That's fine. I just wanted to make sure it was in the right spot before I went down.
No, perfect. Thank you for checking. Yeah, so this ghoulie is saying hello. Nice to
Hi.
meet you. Nice to meet you. That is going to be a dirty 20 to hit.
It certainly hits.
And it is going to bite Mal. And that is going to be 13 damage.
Fuck me up.
It did roll quite well, unfortunately. So it kind of just leapt onto Mal and went. All right, that's that one's turn. And then next in the order is going to be this one, which is going to run up here. But actually, it's going to use its action to sprint, and it's going to get up in Sylvie's business, but it cannot
Damn
attack
it.
because it just did that.
I'll take it.
So that is going to... Oh, wait, we got one more. Got a lot of friends. So this one right in front of Claire is feeling spicy, feeling pissed. And it is going to try to claw Claire. And
Wait, the one that is stunned, that is in
Oh,
front
it
of
is
me
stunned.
and cannot do that?
Thank you, ma'am. So that one is just feeling angry. That's its turn.
It's a
It's
good
feeling
turn.
pissed. And now Sylvie gets to go.
Cool. I'm gonna try to point blank shoot this one that's right on top of me.
Yeah.
Gonna give it a shot.
Aye.
Does a 12 hit?
Yes, barely.
Cool. Okay. That's gonna be. Yeah, that would have been with the pistol. That's what she had out. Okay, that's gonna be. Oh. Well, it still hit. It hit anyway. So blessed. Whatever. That's gonna be 9 points of damage on that, and then second shot. Okay. 23 to hit on the second shot.
That'll do it.
Sweet. And that one is going to go ahead and do 11 points of damage.
Perfect. That's on the same one.
Yeah, both of those shots on the one that's right next to me.
All right, you super cleanly knock that one right out.
Fuck yeah.
So goodbye.
All right, that's it
say
for
goodbye
me.
to our little friend.
And that's it.
From the rooftop. 1 point to Sylvie!
All right. So next in the order after Sylvie is going to be Amity.
All right. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just going to peek out from behind my barrel, continue my swearing, and then run this way. And as I'm going, I'm pulling out my staff and casting Shillelagh, and then swinging it at the big guy's head.
All right.
Which there's advantage in there somewhere. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
For 2 reasons, yes.
A couple advantages.
That was a really great hiding spot because I totally did not see you there whatsoever.
Yeah, it's like you're level.
I had to look too. I was like,
It was most effective.
21 to hit.
yeah.
And then what kind of dice am I using? That's Ooh, 12 points of damage.
All right. Yeah. Took a good chunk out of him. Still up.
That's my
that it?
turn. I'm just standing
right.
there with my little stick.
All right. If that's all you got, then we are moving along to Mal.
Hi. So there's ghoul on me.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's going to hug it as close as he can.
Let's give it a nice hug, you know.
Yeah, and whisper Lo siento and summon his spiritual weapon and shoot it in the side of the head at 3rd level.
Not a friend, Mel! No!
Dark Mal.
I apologized.
Oh.
And that makes it okay.
That makes it fine. That's a 19 to hit.
Yep.
Sorry, I gotta pick out all my damage dice. 17 points of force damage.
You said 17?
17.
All right.
Cool.
It's hanging on by a thread. Like,
Okay.
it's barely just kind of like at you.
Yeah, wonderful. Okay. I cannot hit it again.
No.
But what I can try and do, because that's a bonus action, what I can try and do is make all of these nasties move away from me with Turn Undead, because it is a prayer and not a spell, according to my spell sheet.
Okay.
So, I I think he grabs the cross around his neck, and starts praying. And the 3 ghoulies that are within 30 feet of him right here, that are both locked in combat with 2 other players, right?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, they have to make whiz saves of a DC 14.
All right. I'm sorry to say they all succeeded.
That's all right. He's praying anyway, but that's all he can do.
All right. So next in the order, we got some ghoulies. So this one is gonna, let's see, sprint over here to Sylvie. But it can't do anything because it used all its movement. This one is still engaged with these 2 wolves, so it is going to try to bite one. And that is going to be a 14 to hit, which does just barely hit. So that is going to be 12 piercing damage. So that wolf yelps, but it is still fine. And then we have this one that's going to come and try to bother Nikolai. It is also going to try to do a bite attack, and that is going to be a 16 to hit, which I don't believe hits. Actually it does. Okay. Sorry, Nikolai. My own character, you know. And that is going to be 12 damage to her, which she just brushes off, you know. She looks real cool. She's like, don't worry. Yeah. And it's just a flesh wound. Whatever. And that puts us at Willow.
Willow will step forward if she can, and she's going to fire off 2 Eldritch Blasts, one at the one engaged with Sylvie, and one with the one engaged with Mal. The one with... Actually, let me see if I hit them first. And I can... So first one, the one that's attacking Sylvie, is a 22 to hit.
That'll do it.
And the second one is a 17 to hit.
That will also do it.
Okay. For the one on Sylvie, that will be 10 points of force damage.
All right.
Is it still up?
Yes, it is.
All right. She would like to send it back 10 feet, preferably as close to the wolf as she can.
Okay.
I will. It's diagonal, so I'll let you decide how
That's
far that
fine.
goes. Okay. And the one on Mal, that is 6 points of force damage. And also send that one back 10 feet from him.
That actually does kill it because Mal did a very significant amount of damage to it previously. So Willow just like pops off that last little bit and it falls over in front of him.
Bless you.
That's not how you make friends.
I think he's wiping guts off his face.
Yeah, maybe. Eldritch Blast, a little bit splattery, maybe.
It's kind of a spray because she was trying to force it off of you. So
Yeah, it's away. It's away
Yeah.
from Mal. He might have the little fleck, you know, that it's kind of
yeah. Unfortunately, she was totally trying to send it towards Claire. So Claire, the back of your hair probably just gets a little bit wet.
oops.
I just like I'm into
gross.
it.
What's a little blood and guts in the morning, you know?
It wasn't me.
Between
Little
friends.
gore between friends.
A little gore between friends is, you know, that's how you make friends.
Yeah.
Nom nom nom.
Yep, that's my turn.
All right, we got our last couple little ghoulie friends here. So this one up here is going to run up to Sylvie and do a
Okay.
claw attack.
All right.
Oh,
And
come on,
that-
I just cleared that.
That's going to be a 23 to hit.
Yeah, that'll hit.
And that's going to be 11 damage, slashing damage.
Okay.
All right. And let's see, the next one in the order actually is the one that died, so never mind. And the last one here is going to also run up to Sylvie. You're really just having a party.
Let's go. Let's do it.
Bring it.
Would it pass
Fuck
by
yeah.
Nikolai on their way?
Kind of. Like, not really.
Okay.
And that is going to be a 16 to hit with a claw
That
attack.
misses.
Ooh, all right. So it gets in there, it swipes, but Sylvie's like, not today.
Hmm.
And that is going to bring us to the top of the order again. So Nikolai is going to teleport 10 feet out of the range of this buddy, which does not cause an opportunity attack. And then she is going to shoot at this one that's bothering Sylvie. And that is going to be a 18 to hit. And 11 damage, which neatly just gives that one a good knock on the back of the head. It's not feeling super great. And then she is going to attack this other one that is also bothering Sylvie. That is going to be a 27 to hit, which definitely hits, and 10 damage to that one, which does kill it. So that one keels over. Sylvie might also have a little bit of gore, but you know, well, what's some gore among friends?
Point to Nikolai.
And then she is going to teleport over here and shoot back at this little friend over here. And that is going to be a miss. So she tried. And that is going to put us, I believe, at Claire.
All right. I believe that. Ooh, I would like to hit this gentle friend in front of me.
Very gentle, I'm sure.
Yeah. With my first,
And you do have flanking with Amity.
with my first attack. So, ooh, that is only a 13 to hit. No, wait, sorry. I didn't add my modifiers. So that's a dirty 20 to hit.
Yeah, okay.
Bless.
Yeah. I rolled the bless.
Nice.
Yeah.
I can never tell whether you guys are just kind of doing a like, oh, bless, or like, a, don't forget your bless. you
Yeah.
know?
I was just saying bless generally for the dirty 20, but like in that case, both ways.
So that
Yeah,
is
yeah.
10 points of damage for that.
All right.
Still up.
Still up.
All right, gonna
Meaty boy.
hit this boy again. And then that is a 28 to hit.
Ooh, yeah.
And that is 9 points of damage.
All right.
Still up.
Still up.
Bonus action flurry of blows. Oh, also, stunning strike on that last one.
Okay. That is, I'm gonna memorize this eventually. That is a Constitution 14?
13.
13. Doesn't matter. Rolled a natural 1.
Cool. So flurry blows. It's a 22 to hit.
Yep.
8 points of damage.
It's not looking great, but it is up.
27 to hit.
Yep.
12 points of damage.
Whew, how do you want to do this?
Okay. I feel like it was just like almost like a pummeling. Like, just like a lot of haymakers and just die for a second time. And then on the final one, it's just kind of wobbling there. And she just kisses the knuckle, the brass knuckle. And then goes with a jab with the first one and just an uppercut that takes the jaw clean off.
Oh, real tasty, real nice. Claire just knocking it out of the park, quite literally. All right, gone. Amity definitely watched this from the reverse side and was like, all right.
Neat.
Just watching that big body kind of keel over,
It's steps off to one side.
Yeah. All right, is that all you got, Claire? I hope so.
Yes, that was my bonus action. Actually, I will use my movement to just get on the other side of this one.
Okay. Which puts us at our little direwolf friends. So they're gonna keep trying to get this friend. That's a 23 to hit and not from the wolf. They had to warm up, So the first one is going to do 10 piercing, and the second one is going to do more than enough. It basically just rips that one to shreds. So these two wolves are just coming in hot on this ghoul and just tearing it apart. It's pretty cool.
Hell yeah.
Bye. And that puts us next in the order. A couple of these ghouls, actually. We're having a ghoul of a time. That doesn't make any sense.
It doesn't have to. It's fine.
It's fine. It's almost Halloween, whatever.
Yeah.
And
It's
so
spooky
this
season.
one, it's just gonna feel a little spicy. Just gonna come in for Amity here. And it did roll a natural 20. So that is going to be...
I don't know if you all saw that, but Lola totally stuck her face under the blanket after you announced that.
Oh no.
Thank
He's
you.
upset.
Thank you, Lola.
Lola.
She's very upset for Amity. She doesn't want to see this.
14 slashing damage.
Okay.
Yeah. Just feeling a little spicy. So, okay, that's that one. And then the other one
Oh,
is...
can I do a
Yes?
reaction?
Absolutely.
Can I try and hit it with Hellish Rebuke?
Absolutely.
Okay, I need to know what my save is for this.
Anger.
Because it's a 10. Yeah, it is going to be a super great 10 dex save for that.
Well, you're lucky. It rolled a 9.
D10s.
Not today.
23 points of damage. It's fire damage.
Ooh. Man, you just smoke this thing into the ground.
Yes.
Just wrecked. All right.
2 points for Amity for flavor.
Tasty. Probably smells delicious. Like the worst barbecue on earth.
That's kind
I
of
just
hot.
like kick it while it's down. Like, you hit me, you son of a bitch.
It's just smoldering a little.
What do you rebuke it with? What do you say?
It's, you hit me, you son of a bitch. That's the whole rebuke.
That's it. That's the flavor. All right. This one's going to come over and try to get Nikolai here.
That's a choice, buddy.
Yeah, right? That's a fucking choice. You saw her wreck all your friends, but live your dreams. And that actually is going to be an 18 to hit, which will hit her. And that is going to be 6 damage. And then that brings us to the next person in the order, which is Sylvie.
Cool. I have one next to me again, so I'm gonna fucking go for it with the... Gonna try to shoot it up close and personal again. No, which I prefer not to do, but here we are. Alright, that is going to be a dirty 20 to hit.
Oh, yeah, that'll do it.
And 13 points of damage.
Let's see. That's this one. Yeah, you take it out. Toasted.
Oh, yeah.
Nice.
Gone.
How is
Blasted
this
it
one
right
over
off
here
its feet.
looking?
That
This one
one, it's taken damage, but it's not on its final legs.
Alright, we'll take a sharpshooter shot at it then.
All right. These are
And
not
then-
the meatiest boys.
Oh, bless! Bless! Ha!
Us.
Oh my god, that makes it a 13 to hit.
Oh, all right, that'll do it.
Okay! And then that's it gonna be, with sharpshooter, 21 points of damage.
Yeah, you blast this thing right off its feet.
Hell yeah.
Wasted.
That's it.
And nice. Is that it?
Yep, that's all I got.
Right, that brings us straight to Amity.
Wow. I mean, those guys are pretty far away. This is still a thing, yes? I'm not clicking on shit. This is still a thing, yeah, that's a bad guy.
Yeah, this is a bad guy here, and then there's one way over on the left there.
What's the range on that? Let me just click on some other stuff. Alright, so I'm gonna go ahead and just move myself forward to like there, and then I'm going to cast ice. Yeah, I'm gonna cast ice knife on this dude that's far away.
Okay.
Take that, you son of a bitch. It's gonna be 14 to hit.
That'll do it.
Oh, yay! Alright, so it's a 6. It's 6 points of piercing damage.
And that is exactly enough to do it. But you're welcome to roll the additional damage if you want to know how badly you waste this boy.
I don't need to. It's just like it hits him, and then there's like, some snow that falls.
Just like a nice little gust. Is this your flavor? You don't want like any crystal shards?
I mean, I just feel like it would be like, oh, I didn't get to finish my cool effect of exploding, so I'm just gonna fall as like gentle.
Listen, it all
snow
happens
globes
at
now.
once. If you want to do the extra and just overkill it.
No, I'm good with snow globes now.
All right. You know, what's a ghoul in a snow globe? It's a nice
Right.
holiday flavor.
Festive.
Beautiful.
Beautiful. Is that all you got?
Yes, it is.
All right. What's up, Mel?
I think he is going to stride forward just a couple of steps and then go ahead and hit this one with spiritual weapon. I guess it's a good question. If I cast it at 3rd level, do I continue to do damage at 3rd level when I use it as a bonus action? Because it says, as a bonus action, you can move the weapon up to 20 feet and repeat the attack against it. Ooh. Never mind. I can't do that. I can't move it that much.
Yeah.
Rip. It's fine. Yeah, I just have to remember where it is because of the gun flavor. In that case, I'm just gonna guiding bolt it at a 1st level. Ooh, 18, 19, 20, 21. 24 to hit.
I'll do it.
Wonderful. At 1st level? Okay. 4d6 at 1st level is insane.
That's
all 3s. 12 points of damage.
More than enough. This thing was already looking pretty rough, and you pretty much obliterate it.
Okay.
So, all right.
So Mal's on the board.
Yeah. We no longer need roll 20. Congratulations, you defeated all of these ghouls. However, as you stand here and catch your breath, you do start to hear additional shuffling and moaning coming from all directions. And it's at this time that you see you are surrounded by a lot of ghouls. Quite a few. More than is reasonable. And Nikolai looks around at all of you and she says, I think this is about time to go.
I think you may be right. Shall we?
Willow's still on the roof.
Come on, y'all, let's get the fuck out.
That's
We've overstayed our welcome.
Because she's going to use teleport and pop all you guys out of here anyway.
Horses. What about the horses?
Oh, be fine. The donkeys. Buster the donkey is watching them. We've established this.
She does teleport you back to your horses and then teleports all of you and your horses back to downtown Blackriver.
Okay.
She knew your horses were there. So we did run a little bit long for the break, so I'm gonna do a break now. Let's pick a keyword. What are we feeling, y'all?
Ghouls.
Ghoul of a time? I think ghoul of a time is too long.
Ghouls, ghouls, ghouls.
Ghouls.
See, that's longer.
It's longer, but it's good.
Alternatively. How about this?
Oh.
Oh, no.
Yep.
All right,
That's
chat.
the winner. There it is.
So you will see in the
Terrible.
chat, the Gut Punch RP account has posted a keyword. Please type the keyword exactly as it is typed there. And only type it once while we're gone. We're going to take a super quick break. And when we come back, we will be drawing a random winner for a $10 gift certificate for tabletoploot.com. And remember, even if you don't have the certificate, even if you don't win this week, and yes, you can keep entering next week and all the weeks after that, you can still use our code GutPunchRP at checkout and get 15% off. So we will see you soon.
Harold.
Howdy.
Howdy.
Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back from break. And this is your last chance to type Ghouls Gone Wild into the chat. No spaces, no caps, etc., etc. If you would like to win a $10 gift certificate to tabletoploot.com, who is our lovely sponsor. So get your final entries in there, and we will draw that shortly. Oh, all right. We got a couple more. Little Fuzz asks, "What is the soundtrack to Ghouls Gone Wild?" I don't know. What do we feel? It's got to be some like bad
Screaming.
screaming.
It's the Monster Mash.
It's the Monster Mash.
Monster Mash.
Mash.
Yeah.
Graveyard Smash.
Needed the mash.
Well, that's going on the playlist.
Flash.
Oh God.
Dance of the
Someone's
Dead.
got to remind me later, though. All right, let's draw that if you don't mind, Jess.
So I don't
think we're-
have the thing open.
No. Okay.
Yeah,
Oh no!
Yeah, hang on.
All right, so
I sent a
roll
message
dice
to
manually.
Amber, but okay. We have.
Oh, I just saw it. All right, hold on. Sorry.
It's okay.
We
One,
can totally do that manually.
two,
Thanks everybody for bearing with us.
3. I think we
And-
have 3 entries. So
Oh,
D6. So 1 to 2 will be Lil Fuzz. Tessa will be 3 and 4, and Big Daddy will be 5 and 6.
perfect.
2 Lil Fuzz,
Nice.
Nice.
Thank you as always, Little Fuzz, for hanging out with us.
and then I will get you a code. Actually, message me on Discord and remind me to give you a code because I do not have that computer set up right now with all the stuff.
All right, magnificent. Yeah, we're feeding the dice addiction. You know, sometimes people ask, "Do you need more dice?" And we all know what the answer is. The
Always
answer is yes. Yes. And that's why we are partners with Tabletop Loot, so that we can become dice goblins at all times. Anyway, let's get back to it. So our lovely adventuring party just encountered some ghouls gone wild. And they did a fantastic job taking care of them. However, there were quite a few. And Nikolai was like, let's get the hell out of here. And zapped everybody back to town, along with their horses, because I'm a benevolent DM who doesn't bonk people's horses. With names like these, how could I possibly harm your lovely steeds? So, all right, you're all downtown. It is late afternoon, and Nikolai is kind of dusting herself off after a couple of ghoul grapplings.
So
Well, that felt weird. All right. Okay.
Is that the tingling you were talking about, Willow?
You know, that was pretty similar. Yeah, actually. Yeah.
Tingling aside, maybe we should talk to the sheriff.
Yeah. I think that might. Yeah. Shall we?
And it's just about when he steps out of the sheriff's office and kind of gives you all a look, I guess. Some of you are covered in gore, a little bit of gore, but he'll step down and. All right, I guess you all made it back to town. Wondering when you'd show up.
Well, plan was to stay out there overnight, but I guess we had the decision made for us.
Well, yeah, I guess so. Nikolai, I assume. He kind of looks at her, and she looks at him, and she nods and smirks, and says, "Enjoy your pet deputies. You're lucky I brought them back." And starts striding away. And he sort of rolls his eyes, I guess. He doesn't seem particularly surprised by her words or her behavior. You get the impression that
Right
this is
home.
typical for them.
What
What was that?
I believe
Thanks
that
for
you
the ride home.
promised us your last story for a drink. So,
She looks over her shoulder and she kind of laughs and she goes, "Maybe next time."
Well, Sheriff, seems we have a lot to talk about.
I'm not surprised. From Malcolm's message, it seemed like you certainly ran into some trouble.
He
Well,
does
more
like
than
to
we could
parlay when.
Miss Dawson, am I to understand, in all my holy years, that we may have found your type? Now, would you like to continue business with the sheriff here, or would you like to head to a bar?
I mean, if heading to a bar over listening to this is an option, then I'm okay with just going to the bar.
Does sound better.
Well, that depends, I suppose, on where the sheriff would like to conduct his business.
Well, if y'all want to drink, I don't see any harm in it. Suppose it's late enough in the day.
I mean, it's late afternoon here, so yeah, bar.
5 o'clock somewhere. Let's go.
Sun is over the yard arm. So they say. Yeah, he'll sort of chuckle but head over to the saloon with you guys. It is right across the street. Is everyone all right, by the way?
I think we're all fine.
Look like you got in a bit of a scuffle.
Sure did. Few of them.
Amity took a hit.
Not. It was mostly the spores took it. It's fine.
You're sure you're all right?
Yeah, I'm sure I am quite all right.
Okay. Mal kind of offers you a little bit of healing. He's at roughly half hit points, but does not appear to have any inkling that he is going to heal him damn self.
Willow is
What about
putting-
yourself? You look like you're in worse shape than the rest of us.
Yeah, I would.
For some
I would slap your hand away if you tried to heal me, though, because I have more than enough hit points.
Well, it's like
Samuel seemed
bandaging
like
your
he...
arm, but very ineffectively. Like, this is obviously not going to help the situation. How this girl got bandages, you have no idea. But she's not very
Darling,
good at it.
where'd you get that? You don't know where that's been. Is that
Oh, that's dirty. I
is
would
that a
then.
piece of your skirt?
I'm also
No,
gonna
this is not my skirt.
just slap Willow's hands away and then just be like, "Geez, oh my god!" and just hit you with a little bit of healing. What's it called? Cure wounds. You can have a cure wounds. Just a level 1 though.
Thanks.
That's a treat.
That's a treat.
Yeah, go ahead and roll for that.
Mel, it's just like you really don't have to. I promise I'm alright. I've seen worse days.
Well,
a
it's
job
only
to finish, and then we
6 points of healing, so like, don't get too excited.
Samuel
Not
will sort of chuckle and in a very friendly way pat Willow on the shoulder and also Mal, and Mal is completely healed.
Well, would have been nice to use that like 45 seconds ago. Walks into the bar.
If you'd like a little of your own, you're welcome to it.
Oh, that's a pretty neat trick.
Or I
Yes.
could, but I understand.
Seems
Not
a lot
everybody
of
wants
us.
the guy covered in guts to heal you.
Prestidigitation. You're slightly less covered in guts.
Thank you, Willow. Thank you.
When you're dying, I don't think people have much concern about what you look like.
It's rather true. Well, suppose we should all grab our seats and then finish business. I don't like taking longer than I need to.
All right, fair enough.
Yeah.
Let's get you all set up with a drink first. It seems to me you could need it. Or you might need it, rather.
Wouldn't say
He'll
no
just-
to that.
Yeah, he'll sort of head in and nod at Steep in a very, friendly, familiar kind of way. And she'll pull out a bottle of middle of the range kind of whiskey for you guys in a bunch of glasses.
Willow will deal the cards and give everybody a hand, whether or not they pick them up or not.
Yeah, so I mean, Sam will take the whiskey over to a round table if you'd prefer, if you don't want to sit at the bar.
Mhm.
Does it seem like you are navigating one way or another?
I'll encourage them to the round table.
Yeah,
If
I'll
he
follow
wants
to the
to play
table,
cards.
yeah. Easier to have conversation.
An enthusiastic corgi that won't take no for an answer.
All right, yeah, he'll sit down with all you guys and start pouring glasses.
Well, well, go ahead, Malcolm.
Well, I have I think, a separate question that I'd like answered later, but I don't need to gamble or drink right now. I'd rather do business first. Now, Sylvie, what were you going to say?
Oh, I was just gonna start telling Sheriff what in the hell happened.
I think that's a good place to start as any.
And I'll tell the Sheriff what in the hell happened.
He
For the sake of
listens.
brevity.
He listens politely and asks questions as needed, and to understand your story.
But, yeah, so that whole town,
So you think it went missing from somewhere else?
and then the folk were turned into whatever the hell those things were, is what we were thinking. And apparently what Nikolai was thinking.
The undead, unfortunately. And no, we didn't get to burn or bury any of them.
No, we were in a bit of a rush.
Well, it's probably all right. Like I said, they're already dead. So, I don't know. It's different than a living than dying.
That would have been a good time for Fireball.
Man.
I'm just
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you all did Fireball downtown the other night. No harm done.
That one did.
It took care of the bodies really well.
And it did spook the town folk.
it did take care of the body.
I mean,
Were they
yeah.
still spooked from the ghouls, though?
That seems way spookier.
Yeah, it was a combination of events.
I
A
did
little bit of
try and
both, yeah.
move them and act as respectfully as possible, but
I'm sure you did. It's all right.
It was the gestalt of the situation.
Excuse me, Miss Dawson?
I don't know. It's something that I heard one place.
Fair enough. Well, I'm glad you looked into it. It seems like it might still be a problem for a bit, but at least we know more than we did. We know where they're coming from, what to look out for.
well, what exactly is it that leads you to believe this is an isolated incident, if you don't mind me asking?
What part of it? The town, or
All of it. I feel like all of it's very concerning. This is a very laid-back attitude you're affecting right now.
I'm not saying I'm not concerned. I am, but there's no point in me wringing my hands about it.
No,
We
it
do
won't
what we
change
can.
nothing.
We learn what we can. We take care of as much as we can. That's all we can do. I learned a long time ago there's no sense getting panicked about things.
I mean, yeah, but I just really am concerned about this town that just appeared. Like, there just should really be somebody else who's like, hey, our whole town disappeared.
As am I. I'm gonna ask around a little.
Really concerned if this town suddenly disappeared.
I would too. It's a concern, especially us being so close to them.
Yeah.
News travels slow sometimes, gossip faster, but any of you who've ever sent a letter know it takes a little time.
Yeah.
Well,
I'll
I
ask.
suppose
I will.
that's my
That's all
second
I can
question
do.
for you, Sheriff Crane, is what else you might know that is a rumor, and what else you might know that's a legend, because you gave us a bit of a bare bones one to head out with, and Sydney told us that there was a school teacher that told all of you a little bit more than what you said.
Yeah, sure. You're talking about my mama, I assume. She died a while back, but yeah, she taught most of the kids in this town.
I was wondering about the connection, but God rest her soul.
She did all right. Lived a long life. I miss her, of course, but that's not really the point, I suppose. But thank you.
Of course, that's my question. No disrespect, just gossip are you hearing, Sheriff Crane?
That's a big question. I talk to everybody. Yes, sometimes it's just people being scared. I haven't heard anything since the ghouls. What exactly is it you were looking for, Malcolm? That's a big question.
Well, are you hearing any gossip about missing towns? And if you're not concerned about this one going missing and not concerned about anything like that, then...
I never said I wasn't concerned.
No disrespect.
DM. Question.
Yes.
Was there anything out of the ordinary with this town? Did it look like it fit in our current world? And
Yes, it felt
Okay.
a bit like Blackriver, to be honest. It
Okay.
felt pretty comparable to the town they are in now.
okay. Sorry.
I care, Malcolm. I apologize if any of you took my calmness as a lack of caring.
No.
Claire
lack
will
of
kind
caring
of
at all.
like elbow Mal just slightly at the sheriff remarking about him caring.
He sits up real straight, real stiff spine, hands folded in his lap. Not for lack of caring or anything, just people tend to hold the things that mean the most to them close to their chests, as I'm sure you know.
Of course I do.
I'm wondering if there's a piece of that legend that you might...
Wondering
Need to
that he
tell us.
might hold you close to his chest, I think is what he was trying to say. That was the nice segue.
Isn't there a drow woman that you'd rather meet at this bar rather than teasing me, Miss Dawson?
Not particularly, but I mean, I could, yeah.
Good for you.
I think the most pertinent thing to what
Yeah, he's,
Malcolm
like, raising
was trying to
eyebrows.
say is that it's a little curious that we heard about this story and this legend about some angel or something protecting this town, that we didn't hear about from you when it was a story that you learned and from someone so close to you.
It's not suspicion, Samuel.
No,
but
just trying to.
It may be a little bit of
Understand.
suspicion.
It's a little
Yeah.
suspicion, yeah.
the
a
lady's got
little.
a point.
But
I'm not
if there's
trying to
anything
hide
else that you
anything.
might know, even if it seems like children's stories and fairy tales, it still could be helpful.
It seems to me like you all put together a whole lot more pieces than I had. I didn't have that much, that's why I hired you. I promise I told you everything that I knew.
Except for the legend about an angel protecting the city.
Okay, how often do you send a bunch of people out on a professional job in this real world and tell them ghost stories to prepare them for it?
I mean, we
Um,
were chasing
At
ghouls.
least 4 times.
What?
Wait, was that rhetorical?
I think we'll put a pin in that, but also...
You are an odd bunch. All I'm saying is the things that we learned in school as kids, or any kind of legends, parables, that kind of stuff, I'm happy to share it with you, but I didn't think it mattered. Honestly, I don't know. I figured
Well-
you'd learn what you learned, came back, and we'd see what we were going to do from there, which is exactly what we're doing. I apologize if it
guess
felt like I was keeping something from you.
that's all right. Well, in that light, then I suppose, is there anything you can think of that maybe seemed irrelevant, seemed a little silly, but now maybe may shed some light on what's going on?
I'll look into it. I'll get back to you as soon as I can. I hesitate to recommend that you talk to Vance, but I think he might know a little something if Nikolai was in on this. That being said, he might ask something of you. I can't guarantee he won't lie, that he won't want some kind of exchange. He's a bit unpredictable. But he might know something. I can ask him and then save you all the trouble if you trust me. But if you'd rather do it yourself, given that you feel I've been keeping things from you, that's up to you, I suppose.
Well, possible we might be able to ask him the same question. Compare notes. Whatever has overlap might be the truth.
Not a bad strategy. He might have reason to want you to succeed. Especially if Nikolai was doing you favors like she claimed she was.
I don't believe that woman is doing us any favors. Not really.
I don't
More
know,
like trying to
be ghost or ghoul food.
Sorry,
She's
who was ghoul food?
She could have left us to be ghoul food.
Oh, that
Then
she
nose
could
cut
have.
off her nose.
Yeah, she would have.
Very
She
well
wanted
could.
to. That's my point. If she's hauling all you back here, she's got a reason for it.
Yeah.
Well, fodder, I suppose.
Slightly more valuable alive than dead for now.
Or
I
trying to get
certainly
us closer so that we can do all the hard work. They just blip right ahead of us.
She does like to do that.
It is in the memory. Very recent memory, anyway. Well, what's curious to me is that there seems to be a presence of some kind of magic. We saw the big symbol in the Black River. It seems to be working. To
I'm
me.
glad to hear it. I've never looked at them myself. But you're right, Mom always used to say that it was real. I never believed her. There was no evidence that it was. I think most people, it depends on how much you believe things like that. But I tend not to believe things I don't see with my own eyes. So I'll probably take a trip out and look myself.
There is a sight. There may be more of those undead, whatever you call them, creature, coming that way, though.
Oh,
There were more in that town when we left.
I can take care of myself. But thank you.
Just advising a little caution, that's all.
Much appreciated. I think
Over
you
here
all would
from
do
a lot
well
of
to be
herself.
careful as well.
I think we can handle ourselves. So far,
We can try at least.
we're trying.
Well, I like to think I've got an eye for that kind of thing. Wouldn't have hired you otherwise. I'd really rather you didn't die on the job.
None of these people are.
I think we can all agree on that one.
Well, Miss Dawson seems to have a death wish once in a while, but
You would have also noticed that, or anybody who was paying attention, the comment that Amity made about the value of being more valuable alive or dead, Claire kind of retreated into herself. And then that comment about Miss Dawson, she'll kind of be like, kind of drawn back in, and then also like, and just kind of slam her drink and start like fidgeting.
are you all right, Miss Dawson?
I'm fine.
All right. Well, if any of you need anything, I will try to help.
Thank you. In the meantime, I think I'm gonna go on believing Maybe there is something protecting this town. Wishing that, well, we could have protected that one that's out there in the Badlands now. But
Me
if you hear
too.
anything about a town with a hole in it, I think we might need to know.
Absolutely. I'm sorry it felt like I was keeping something. I know that that's irritating. It's irritating not knowing what's going on. Welcome to my life.
Not sure if it helps, but it had a Margrum's General Store, and we'll pull out the receipt and hand it
Oh.
over.
Actually, that probably does help. Thank you.
Welcome.
I'll look
She
into
goes back
it.
to playing with the cards.
I probably can ask the folks over at our general store, see if they've ever heard of anyone else. Or you could, if you want to go meet them.
Have you met them already, Willow?
I may have stopped by and spent my earnings from Vance, yeah?
Oh, Nora and Lottie, then.
Yep, that sounds right.
They're a good pair. They're sisters, any of the rest of you who don't know them. They probably know Amity as well. But if you haven't been in, you might as well say hi. They're real sweet.
Always
Yeah.
nice to see what they have in stock. We can certainly swing by.
See what we can find out about that if you wanted to use your time for something else.
I'd be much obliged.
Yeah, we can take care of that.
All right.
I do think it's a good idea, unfortunately, to head home and maybe try and talk to Vance.
Well, don't get him too riled up.
You want backup on that preacher?
We could do one then the other. It's like 3:30. What time is it?
We could do both.
Yeah.
I live there. So,
I can walk you home and talk to Vance and hopefully
Yes,
leave.
well, I don't have very much in the way of space for hosting any company, but you're more than welcome to see the start of a garden if you'd like to.
I don't think I've ever seen the start of a garden before.
Right.
Sure.
Why not?
Humble beginnings. But, sure. I would
We're
appreciate
gonna
it.
swing by the general store before they close, and then we can go ahead and do that.
Sure.
Yeah, you probably got about an hour. You might as well finish your drinks if
Yeah.
you want to.
Mal
We got
pushes
time.
his into the middle of the table for somebody else to grab it.
Claire will grab
I push it towards Claire.
it.
Did anyone pick up their cards, or did they all ignore their cards this entire time?
I kept him down.
Okay. Anyone else keep them down?
Yeah, probably didn't pick them up.
Sheriff?
Claire, in a little bit of surprise, Claire actually picks it up and starts like not looking at it, but like flipping it through her hand in a way that you're kind of like, wait a minute, what?
Hey, I see that. I see that. Amity?
I would have been flicking mine like back across the table, like at you, but like one at a time.
Okay. As they get closer to her, they just kind of disappear in a puff of magic, and anyone who didn't touch theirs will have disappeared and reappear back in the deck in the center.
Quite a trick you have there.
Fun little trick.
The cards like going back to the deck after a while. If you don't want to pay any attention to them, they go home.
Admittedly,
Or they
I'd be
explode.
nervous of playing you. It's hard to trust a deck like that that's loyal to its owner.
I wouldn't call it loyalty. I've lost more than once to this sucker.
All right, Vance. Yeah, he wasn't very happy about that.
No, he was not. That was fun though. That was a great time.
I'm sorry, what? So,
What?
is this a conversation we're not allowed to know more about? Because were you playing Vance in cards and lost to him? Are the cards Vance? You
You asking her that? What are you asking?
I'm
Is
asking
Vance
you.
your patron?
You ask.
I don't know that Claire would know that.
Are you asking in character? Well, what do you ask in character? Is that all in character?
What I was saying was absolutely in character because I'm like, this seems weird.
Okay. Could you repeat the question? Then, 'cause I
Oh
thought that was
no,
all up.
okay. Oh god. I was mostly just like looking at you talking about the cards, and I was like,
Uh-huh.
are the cards? Who's in charge here? Kind of just circle.
Well, I'm in charge of me, and the cards are in charge of themselves, I guess. If that's, and Vance, I'm assuming, is in charge of himself. I haven't asked if
Where'd you get the cards?
in the game they're in the pot.
A game with who?
Strangers.
Are they still strangers, or do you know their names?
I'll be completely honest. I could not pick them up in a lineup. I don't remember what they look like.
That wasn't the question that you were asked, ma'am.
Yeah. You're dodging the question.
Okay, did you ask if they were strangers?
Asked if you knew their names, and you said you couldn't pick
Oh,
them up
okay,
in a
okay.
lineup, because that is two different things.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I would be under the impression that if I knew a name, they wouldn't be a stranger.
Also, the entire conversation, Claire is watching Willow in the
Okay.
DM. I would like to roll an insight check if you will allow me.
Sure
Which
thing.
part?
On the vibes.
Vibe check.
Yeah,
On the vibe, she's
I'm like,
very
I will-
cheerful and happy to talk.
I will roll individually if I have to.
Inside all around.
Yeah, I'll say, how about in particular about like the knowing who you got the card
Knowing
from.
who was in the game
Yeah,
that
yeah.
you played for the
Whether I knew
cards.
them or whether
Right.
I
Whether
knew
you
their
knew
name.
the people that you were playing.
24.
Oh,
How do you want to do this, by the way? Am I just saying what my score is, or am I telling you, or my perception and my deception are the exact same score, if that helps at all.
Okay. I trust you to pick what is appropriate based on whether or not you believe Willow is telling the truth about her answer. And as much as you feel is appropriate to give. Does that make sense? Or do you want to?
Okay.
You can DM me if you have a question.
I'm
But
going to
so-
DM you just how you wanted to go about this, just because
It's.
I've never been on this side of the table before.
Also, it seems to me.
I was just
You
going to
go.
say, Claire's not necessarily going to act upon the information, so
So do you
whatever
want
you
like
decide, you can also DM me, whatever.
So Claire is basically asking whether it seems like Willow is lying about her answer. Is that correct? Is that right?
I would,
about-
yeah, but like not necessarily a lie, just like a,
Or dodging?
dodging, just kind of getting a read on. Think about it as like, is she telegraphing her movements? Is she seeming disingenuous?
Yeah. Is she seeming like very comfortably like, I'm giving you guys a super normal answer and I'm very comfortable doing so? Or am I being evasive? Am I lying? Am I whatever? And based on how good Claire's answer is, you might give more information or less information about that.
Okay.
But I believe it was a 23?
24.
24.
Yeah.
So I rolled and I DM'd you.
Okay. me, or
I DM'd. I DM'd Jessica, but I can certainly
Okay.
DM you what it was too, along with what I rolled.
go ahead and shoot it over to me.
Yeah.
But if you don't have anything you feel is appropriate to share with the room, then we will move on. So what do you say in response to being asked if you knew the people in the room? Well, you said you were sort of evasive. You were like, I can't pick them out of a lineup. And then Claire said that wasn't the question.
And she followed up with, well, if I knew their name, they wouldn't be a stranger.
Right. Okay.
Yes. Which it appeared was the actual completely did not understand, both in character and out of character.
You're fine. You're fine. So that's where we are in the conversation. How you guys
When
doing?
you learn someone's name, they become a friend to you, then you must have an awful lot of friends.
Well, I don't always become a friend. I mean, and you know them. Some people don't want to be friends.
That's absolutely fair.
Are the cards your friends?
The cards are cards. Are they talking to you?
Are they talking to you?
No, they've never talked to me. I'm curious if they're talking to you, though. I mean,
No, they are absolutely not. I just find your demeanor and your thing with the cards. I know it's very cute, but it's a little unsettling.
Yeah, it is a bit unnerving. Gotta agree with Amity on this one.
Yeah,
because I like to play cards.
there's something there.
Not that, just everything else around you and your cards and all the, I don't know.
Something.
I mean, I can put them away if they make you uncomfortable. I didn't mean to.
You can keep them out. It's yeah.
Well, it's how I make things explode. And so if I put them away, I'd have to pull them out and then draw them and then sometimes find the right card and then throw them. And at that point, somebody's face could have been eaten off, as opposed to if I just keep them out and play with them, then I can just throw them.
How do you jump to people's faces being eaten off?
Well, that was just what happened recently. I mean, because Mouse and Amy's and Sylvie's and yours and even people like their and the puppies, everyone almost got their face eaten off. It's a very common occurrence with you.
I didn't take a single hit in that fight.
But the face was right there. All it takes is you for like to fall down or like get distracted or one coming up from behind you and then face eaten.
He's right. I did get very close to having my face bit off by one of them.
Have you considered getting good, preacher?
Mm-hmm.
The Lord will guide me, ma'am.
Doing a great job.
Will he grant you patience?
Patience, kindness, grace. A Foo
You know-
Fighters album.
I was just... Well, I do suppose that the Lord giveth and the Lord giveth and the Lord taketh away. And she points to Mal.
I have heard that one.
Did you all tell Samuel about Mal getting punched or not?
No, he did not.
No.
But at the Lord take the way comments, he just stares into the middle of the distance.
Ooh.
I would
Alright,
like to
listen.
know more about that stare.
I just snap in front of his face.
Yes, ma'am.
Are we going to the general store or not? There's been a lot of
Come on, let's go.
card and
I think
Jesus
you're
talk.
Not expecting the last of her drinking, gets up. Like, hits the table, gets up.
Yeah, I've had enough of this mutual pining romance. Let's go.
All right, come on. Leave the poor man alone.
Sure that Nikolai would accept your drink offer. She seemed really interested and was willing to talk. I mean, you could just... We're going to the church later. I mean...
That's not mutual pining, sweetheart.
Oh, okay.
No, I was referring to Mal and the sheriff's mutual pining, Willow.
Sheriff's face, please. What's the sheriff's face?
Mal's completely stiff, head to toe.
While this is going on, I try and steal the whiskey bottle off the table.
He like has his arms crossed and is like has like super neutral face. But does kind of like lean over to Mal with the sort of the like trying to be quiet, being like, what are they talking about?
They are picking on me, Mr. Crane.
That is very unfortunate.
I can handle it.
Fair enough.
General store.
Come on.
Or
Sylvie's already halfway to the door. Come on. Like waving to everybody to come along behind her.
I will see you all later then.
Are you going to talk to Vance?
I might just do that.
We'll get to him later.
True enough. I'll try to warm him up for you.
Continue.
He tips his hat and heads out.
I ship it.
Over her shoulder. Come on, preacher. We're losing you. Come on.
Coming. I'm on my way. I think Mal is gonna try and fall in step with Claire while we walk over to the store.
Pretty sure.
Madam. If you don't mind me saying, while I appreciate you thinking that I might suit someone like the sheriff, my relationship with him is between him and the grave that he dug. It's a sensitive topic for me, if you don't mind.
Is
Thank
that
you.
attached to the grave that maybe you're in? Does the Lord taketh away? What has the Lord taketh away from you, dear preacher?
He looks intensely sad and just keeps walking.
She'll kind of like let him walk and then have a moment of like under her breath, just shit. In that realization she pushed it too far. And then shake it.
Now we're in the
Continue
general
walking.
store.
Yeah.
Then you head into the general store. It's a lovely little wooden establishment, very tidy, very clean, well swept. There's just a lot of kind of what you'd expect to be in a general store. There's nothing that seems unusual or unique or really out of the ordinary. It's a combination of grain, feed, things for farms, food, stationery supplies, pretty much anything kind of super normal that you might want to pick up. You guys probably all know also that you can special order items at a general store like this, and they'll come in the future at some point, things like books or just kind of other non-magical items. And there are two burrowing owl folk bustling around, who are both sort of tan and speckly. They look very, very similar. One is a bit taller.
Oh my god.
One of them is sweeping behind the counter. And when you come in, both of their heads rotate so that they can look at you.
Nora, Lottie!
Oh, hello, sweetheart.
Pleasure seeing you again. How have you guys been?
Is the hat working out for you?
Oh, it's working beautifully. I just look fantastic, and it just really goes well with the outfit. And great suggestion. It just fantastic addition.
I'm glad. I really liked it too. Are these all your friends?
They are, and she'll go through and Claire, Sylvie, Amity, and Mal. I'm assuming you met some of them though, or all of them.
Well, I know some of them. Yeah, it's true. Hi again, Amity.
Nah. Shift awkwardly.
It's a little early for you to be coming in, isn't it?
It's daytime. I come in.
Well, no, I mean, you don't come into town that often. Sorry, I figure you're probably just hanging out with your friends.
That's
If you
a
need me-
strong word for it, but yes.
Well, let us know if you need anything, all right?
Actually, yeah, we were, ma'ams, we are doing a little work for the sheriff, actually, and something came up and that we think you may be able to help us out with.
Yeah? We'd be happy to help if we can.
Will, you've got that receipt, right? That you found?
Yep. And she pulls it out and puts it on the counter and kind of unfolds it.
Have you two ever done any sort of business with a shop named what was that again? And then,
Margrum's General Store.
yeah, that's the name.
The two sort of like just look at each other and kind of think about it. I think I knew a woman named Margram once. Well, I didn't know her. We just communicated. Sometimes it's easier to put in special orders from other general stores, that kind of thing. Supply chain is not interesting to you, I'm sure.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think she's from way up north, or that town is. I'd have to look it up. And she sort of bustles behind the counter and pulls out a bunch of big books and starts flipping through them. While the other one sort of stands with you guys and is just like, yeah, she'll look it up for you if you need anything.
Thank you very much.
I know that you need something.
It's all right. That's quite all right. This was very helpful, actually.
Yeah, if there's anything we can do, did something happen?
Something may have happened to some folks from the town where that shop is located. So we're hoping to figure out where exactly that town is so that we may be able to get a better idea of what exactly happened.
I'm sorry to hear that. You think something happened to the whole town?
Part of it.
We're not too sure, ma'am.
Yeah, we're not quite certain just yet. We're still investigating, still trying to figure out exactly what. But we're working with the sheriff, trying to get this all sorted.
Happened?
Well,
Honestly, we just found this paper in the middle of the desert, and we were trying to figure out if it was close by. Or how it could have gotten there.
You found the paper in the middle of the desert.
In Badlands, I'm assuming it's a desert.
What is?
Okay. Maybe a passenger dropped it by or whatever, but we're just trying to figure out more information about it.
But couldn't someone have just dropped the receipt?
Possibly.
Why
Maybe
does
they were from that town.
Does it take all five of you to just investigate a dropped receipt?
Well, we're not quite certain exactly how much the sheriff wants to share with the public, just for the case.
I mean, what we're getting paid for isn't super concerning to y'all, just like supply chain is not super concerning to us.
We don't want to worry you.
Yeah.
That's all. We just don't want
Willow leans forward and
stress.
hushing, but in a very loud hush. They're keeping an eye on me. I'm not allowed out by myself anymore. I kind of set a fireball off in the middle of town the other day, and the sheriff asked him to keep an eye on me.
Well, I remember the fireball. So you have 4 babysitters now?
I'm very slippery.
You might want to pick different words next time. I guess. All right, I guess that suits yourself. Well, all right, if we can help with the Madrums, then we will. I still don't really understand what's going on.
That's all right. Just know that you're helping us out with this, and it's greatly appreciated.
All right.
we're investigating a couple of holy sats, and we believe that this may be one of them. Maybe there's a blessing on this store, too.
Holy sats?
That's not what that's what he's
That's
investigating.
That's the best shorthand that I've got for it. ma'am.
That was terrible.
That's
I'm
not
trying. Out of character.
It's
I know.
He doesn't like lying. He's watching you lie to this woman.
No, it's a secular site that we're investigating. It's just normal, secular desert stuff.
Non-religious desert activity.
Normal desert.
It's
Willow's still stuck on the slippery comment, by the way.
just puts an.
Yeah.
It's the important thing to know is that it is some police business, and there's certain things that we can't exactly share, but
So there's
Just for folks' safety.
police business about a receipt you found in the desert.
Yes, hard as it is to
Fine.
believe. I know. I know it
just-
sounds a little silly, but
Some light fascism. Don't worry about it.
Fascism.
okay, all right. Y'all are getting a little out of control. All of you.
Willow, I got a lot of questions about your friends. They,
How do I?
I have a question.
Sylvia's just like pinching the bridge of her nose, trying to get rid of the headache that's building. Like,
Mal is like uncomfortably shifting, trying really hard to like not just blurt it all out.
Willow
She's
has
taking off her hat and
lost
massaging her
control
temples.
of the situation. Yeah.
Claire is actually just like walking up and down the aisles. What's in the shop?
just it's a lot of lots of non-magical things you would expect a small shop to have. Is there anything specific that you are looking for? There are probably like tools, gardening things, farming things, for horses, food.
What about entertainment?
There are several decks of cards.
For non-adults.
For
For
children.
non-adults?
Okay.
For
There's sort of a little section of little like figurines and kind of like little junky, like fun, interesting stuff. There are a couple of carved like animals, like rabbits and bears and other kinds of stuff that are carved out of turquoise, and then there's one that's cast out of silver. And there's like a rubber ball and on a string with a cup. Yeah, and some cards.
completely absent-mindedly we'll pick up the ball on the string with the cup and we'll start just like bouncing it as she is walking through the aisles. And
It's got like the challenge mode that's like the sharp end on the other end and the ball has like a hole in
Yeah.
it and you have to try to get the ball up onto the Do you want to roll to see if you accomplish this task?
Hell yeah, no, I do.
Just roll me I guess a flat d20.
Not even dexterity modifier?
Okay, fine. Roll me a dexterity. Almost dexterous over here. While everybody else is trying to tell the shopkeep about fascism.
Just let me tell you why.
Non-secular desert fascism.
That'll be a 19.
Excuse me,
Sylvia's so tired.
Yeah, okay, you get the ball onto the stick. Pretty in a way that seems competent and perhaps practiced.
How much is this?
3 copper?
From like 3 aisles over.
I
You just need
think
a hand raised up over it with it.
that's 3 copper, sweetheart.
Okay.
So, about the non-secular desert fascism.
We're an
For fuck's sake.
anti-fascist here, ma'am.
Or maybe separate. I just take 3 copper out of my pocket and like hand it to whichever owl is closer to me. She's walking out with that. No, those were separate things. The sheriff.
You all dug this hole. I am not getting you out of it.
What were we in here for? I thought we were going to the church.
No,
We are going to, for fuck's sake.
Okay. I just lean against the counter and take the bottle of whiskey I stole out of my pocket and drink some
Oh
of it.
my god, you are you are working as an, okay.
ma'am.
I hope you
How
paid
does
for that.
I didn't. Someone paid for it.
Ma'am, if you don't mind,
Christ almighty.
if you'll accept an honest comment from someone like me, we are investigating in order to keep the town safe, the perimeter of the Black River as asked by the sheriff. And anything that we find is worth investigating, even a receipt that we find in the desert. It might
Willow,
seem
like, very
small.
petulantly is like hanging on the counter, like, I was telling the truth.
My friend Willow was telling the truth, and however small it may seem, it could be a big piece of the puzzle here.
Okay, the receipt I think I get, but I don't really get how the fascism relates to the.
It doesn't. It really doesn't.
No,
All right.
I'm just
We
talking
don't
about it.
Remember the other
okay.
day when the undead or the shambling thing came in through the town? Yeah, we're working on that. We think the other town may be hit next, so we're trying to identify them so that we can, let them know.
All right, I suppose that makes a little more sense. Ish.
We are workshopping our name. We were thinking about anti-fascist. We may just go with that.
Yeah, you need like a membership card. It says Antifa on it.
Well, I guess we could embroider you jackets if you
Oh,
needed them.
Really?
You
From
know,
like over one and the other?
Well,
Like,
yeah, I mean,
really?
we can do a lot of things. There's sometimes a little bit of wait time on custom work, but yeah, I mean,
I do have a uniform.
But it
Bad.
could get spruced up a bit. Some
Yeah, you could
fancy
get like a
embroidery.
jacket over the top with like embroidery on it and some fringe.
Fringe?
Yeah,
Yeah.
fringe.
I mean, Lottie's very good.
Oh, I'm sure her work is beautiful. I just took vow against bodily decoration.
It's not
Fringe,
bodily,
it's on the
Hey,
jacket.
that's on the
It's-
clothing.
You're just gonna.
All right,
sell
we're getting
body
into
like
semantics.
this.
Stop.
Against
I mean, the other
bodily
day we made-
decoration and like, you don't have any tattoos, preacher.
Where's your piercings at?
I think Mal's mortified. He's red from toe to tail.
Yeah, I was kind of like,
You guys made Luna sneeze.
Good.
Oh.
I forgot what I was gonna say. You all really like to torture him, don't you?
All in good fun.
Sure.
Are we about done here?
Well, and she sort of.
Well,
looks
now
over
don't
her
rush
shoulder.
her. Be polite.
Lottie's just sort of waving, going, 1 minute, 1 minute. I'm almost there. She like pulls out a different giant book.
Don't worry about it, Lottie. It's all right.
Take your time. I'm sorry. That was directed at these fools and not at you.
Is there anything else y'all are looking for? Just that. I mean,
One thing I'd like to order, if it's not too much of a bother. Anybody else?
you want to do it now or later?
Can order it now. Does anybody else need anything else?
I think I'm all right.
I could go for popcorn balls. Do you have any of those?
No.
Popcorn balls?
No one has.
We got corn kernels. You could make popcorn and glue it together.
No,
you
oh my-
blew it. Ew.
No, I mean with the it's caramel in the middle, right?
I mean, you can make them at the homestead. There's corn, there's sugar. You can get your shit together and do it yourself.
It's kind of like glue. It's
Yeah,
like
same-
food
yeah.
glue.
It sounds so unappetizing when you phrase it as food glue.
I'm sorry, I don't like popcorn. We got corn if you want it.
We'll take some corn. We'll take some popping corn. We'll take some caramel. We'll figure it out later.
You want the sugar or you want like
I will-
caramel? We got toffee. It's not really caramel. It's a bit. You could sort of use it the same way.
Just one of each. Just one of each. We'll just figure it out later. We'll make these popcorn balls. Ridiculous. Just,
All
like,
right.
flicking my tail like a cat at Claire and her dumb questions.
So we got the ball on a string. We got popcorn and assorted sticky foodstuffs. What did you want, preacher?
What season is it, DM?
It is fall. Early fall.
I'm wondering if it's not too much trouble if you might have some chrysanthemum seeds that I could purchase off of you.
Let me look. And she sort of bustles down an aisle, and they have these little paper packets of various flowers, pretty much. And she sort of rifles through them a bit, and she goes, I got one left, if you want it.
Sure, if you don't mind.
Yeah, that'll just be 5 copper.
Okay.
Is that it? Anybody else need anything?
Do you have any more candy?
Yeah, we got some. I got saltwater taffy.
Ooh, yeah. Do you have any that's like cinnamon flavored?
Yeah, I can look. I think so. And she bustles down a different aisle and like bustles through all like her goods. And she pulls out another box and she's like, "Yeah, I got 3 boxes left. If you want them." It's a dozen each, a dozen pieces per box, but it's also a dozen copper. No. And she calls out to Lottie and she's like, "How much are these?" And Lottie's like, 2 copper. She's like, "Yeah, sorry, I always overpress the candy. You want them? You want all 3?
Yes.
Okay, so 6 copper for that." So we got the ball on the string, we got assorted popcorn, we got assorted sticky foodstuffs. We got chrysanthemum seeds, and we got saltwater taffy. Is that it?
I think that'll do us.
You don't want an embroidered cassock or anything?
No,
you
dear.
should get an embroidered.
What's the cost of an embroidered cassock?
The one that I have here is more than serviceable.
I mean, maybe we're not asking for you. What's the cost?
Are you providing the garment, or are you asking for the garment in addition to the embroidery work?
Well, we haven't been to his place yet. We don't know if he has extras. I assume he has extras that he don't wear that same one every day.
extras.
I don't know.
Willow just draws a card, reaches out to Mal, presses the card to Mal, and presses invisibility on Mal. And he's gone.
I just hand this poor owl a gold and just like back out of the store for like whatever we have managed to buy.
This is more than enough for a whole new one.
Oh, that's not for the cat. It's just for this.
For all the...
An apology?
Yeah.
All right, that's mighty kind of you. But do let us know if you want another cassock wherever he went. Is that normal?
Shaking his head, but
We can't see it. We
can't
cannot
see it.
I
perceive
think
it.
he does want another cassock. Do they come in
Claire.
pink?
Claire,
Did they come in
I'm
what? Pink?
throwing like individual pieces of corn at Claire as she's asking questions and like backing out of the store.
Sylvie is just there at the counter. She's just waiting for the answer from Lottie. Just standing there like, oh my god.
Did you want the cassock or not?
No cassock. No cassock.
disembodied voice. No, thank you.
Where did he go?
Mal, you're
Right
supposed to
here.
move after you go invisible. If you stay in the same spot, it kind of loses the
What about
purpose.
jerky? Do you have?
Yeah, we got jerky.
Jesus.
Claire, you need to figure out everything that you want to buy before you pay for everything. That makes everything so much damn easier. Just go through.
It's all right. We're happy to sell her whatever it is she
Yeah,
wants.
yeah, it just saves her a little bit of trouble. And if she figures that out sooner rather than later, then it'll.
But you can always just bring us a shopping list, and we can kind of put it all together for you as one order. You know, if that helps.
In that
It's
case,
just gonna
Claire
be
will
candy.
try to as best as possible scribble down a note and then pass it to them.
If Willow catches a glance, can she actually read it?
That's my question also is, well, Nora picks up the note. What does it say?
I will message you.
Okay. Are you trying to slide it in a way that other people cannot see it?
Yes, I am intentionally trying to be stealthy.
Okay. So I suppose roll me sleight of hand. And Willow, are you like trying to?
Oh, yeah. She's not being subtle. Like the minute she
Okay.
saw her writing something.
10.
Okay. I gotta think about what this roll would be.
My passive perception's a 12, but if she's trying to be subtle,
Okay, she rolled a 10.
I
So-
also can roll for it if you want me to see if I actively.
Yeah, why don't you roll for it?
Okay. I rolled an 18, so
Okay. Let's see. You already DM'd me.
Huh?
I'm gonna say that you only make out the word stuffed.
this is ominous. This is raising so many alarm bells.
Before the note disappears. And Nora looks at it and kind of looks at Claire and is doing the like, yeah, all right, is this a secret?
Please?
All right, do you want to pick it up later?
Yes.
All right, do you have specific requests?
Can it be read?
Yeah, I think we can do that. Why don't you come back in 2 days?
Okay.
Let's call it 5 silver if that's all right. I can have Lottie make you something custom.
Okay. And then she'll put 5 silver on the counter.
All right, Lottie pops up at this point and goes, I found it. All right, this is in Silverton. It's, well, I think, anyway. So I knew a woman named Marjoram a long, long time ago, actually. We used to correspond. I never met her, but she was up by Pepper Lake City. And then her daughter took over the shop, but then there was a whole thing because she had a whole lot of daughters. And so some of them decided to move south, and they started a couple of other Marjoram's general stores. So it's a little messy. There are like 5 different locations in 5 different places. But I think 2 of them might have closed. I don't really know why. But the other 3, I think, are still open. Do you want all the addresses? Or at least I can give you the town that they're in. I suppose they don't necessarily have an address. The towns are kind of small.
Yeah, that would be real helpful. Yeah, all the town names. That would be great. Yeah.
And which 2 you believe are closed, just so we can start.
Yeah,
place.
that too. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, all right. So,
Why do you
There's-
believe they're closed?
well, I think one of them, she gave it to her son and he ran it into the ground. And the other one, I think that she ran off with a very hot young woman to Los Angeles, and I don't think they ever came back, so good for them.
Good for them.
Yeah, good for them.
The other 3, I think, are still all right. Let me write that down for you. And then she kind of goes back into her book for a brief moment here.
Malice perusing the gardening supply.
Does he want anything?
No, he's just looking.
All right, she pops back up and she goes, all right, I think one was in Strathmore. It's just downtown. If you go there, you'll find it, but you could always just send them a letter and just say general store in Strathmore, and they'll probably figure it out. Postmen are pretty good about things like that. But one of them, all right, was in Northbury. I think it's Northbury. It might be Southbury. They're right next to each other. Whatever, just it's close enough. They like to fight about it's one town. They just like to pretend that it's two towns. I don't know what they're doing over there. And then the last one is in Croydon. Or is it Croydon? I think it's Croydon. I think it's an O. You'll figure it out. Basically, it's probably one of those three. I hope that helps.
It really does. Thank you.
If you ask the sheriff, he can probably tell you a little bit more about where all those are.
The one in Silverton still in operation too?
Yeah, it should be.
Okay.
I think so. She's quite old now, but she was always a mean old bird. So she's probably still working. At least
Where
I hope
are
she
the
is.
two closed ones, if you don't mind?
Oh, right. Sorry. One of those would have been in Chester, and one of them would have been in Rose Lake.
Well, thank you. This is extremely helpful, and you guys have been an absolute delight to work with, as always.
Well, thank you so much. If you need any more matching hats, I'm sure we could make something up nice for you if you need a new dress, new hat.
Oh, that is tempting. I don't think I have ruined this one up. I'll be back. Let me...
All right.
Yeah, I'll be back shortly.
How much does a dress usually run you?
How much does a dress usually run me?
Full custom with a
Where
hat.
did that come from?
What are those?
Mal?
He moved.
His voice is just carrying from somewhere.
Willow, will you please make me uninvisible?
As you ask nicely, she'll drop it.
Oh. Hello. Can you all hear me? I've been looking at small spades.
Yeah, we've been able to hear you. I was thinking that was the issue.
Well, I went to pick something off a shelf and noticed that there was nothing there, so
Well, it disappeared with you.
I figured
did
that
you
out.
Put it back, right? Or do you want
Yes,
to buy it?
I put it back. No, I'm not
Okay.
interested in buying it.
Well, I suppose if you need any small spades, we can help you out, but please don't make them
No.
disappear.
No, I disappeared. Anyway, how much is the dress?
Well, the dress is, if it's all custom work, it depends a little bit on the materials and how much work goes into it and the whole thing. It's, you know, how it is. The set we made for her before was 10 gold, I believe.
Pricey, Willow.
Really
She's got-
nice.
Lovely taste. It was a
They
lot
do
of handwork
work.
and very nice silk.
Pay for quality.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And we have to order it in and the whole, you know how it is.
It was worth it. I look fantastic. And she's kind of brush off the dust a little bit.
You absolutely do.
She is extremely pristine 'cause she has not gotten hit yet with it.
And she's got prestidigitation.
Yeah. For this purpose only.
Roomba sound.
Well, yeah, if any of the rest of you ever need custom work, of course, come in or anything else. We try the best we can. We can't do magic items. That's gonna be well, Virgil, if you're willing to deal with him. But well, he's a bit of an odd bird.
I mean, you just had this whole conversation with us, and you're going to call someone an odd bird.
They're also
Well, I never
birds.
said
They also
any of you aren't. I think you're all maybe odd birds, if you don't mind me saying so.
No, not at
I
all.
think it's
birds of a feather.
absolutely fair for you to say
All
that.
right. I think we've overstayed our welcome, shall we?
Alright.
I think we ought to.
Yeah, preacher, if you're done calling a spade, let's go.
Isn't Isn't that the job of the one with the cards?
Ooh.
Spades. Never mind. It's a suit. I hope you all have a nice day.
You as well.
They wave with their little feather hands.
I love them.
They're so good.
Willow will take the receipt as they leave.
Yeah, they'll give it back to you.
Well, do we want to go to Vance's or do we want to send letters off to all these different general stores and see who writes us back?
Well, I assume that the postman is closed for the day, so those don't need to be sent until the morning.
Mm-hmm.
But
Debauchery it is.
To the church!
please do not bring any
To
debauchery.
the church
in
for
my home.
debauchery, yeah.
I don't think you need to worry about the additional debauchery. There's plenty of debauchery in your home.
It seems
Not in my little
debauchery.
corner of it, I will assure you.
We'll not be in your corner. We're talking to other people. We're not gonna, debaucherize your corner.
I mean, we could.
Thank you for that.
Just
Not
being
Poor
so clear.
man's been through enough. Come on, let's go. Like pats Mal on the shoulder and starts walking.
Deep sigh, just the most tired.
Just
Willow's gonna
chortling
step in.
behind.
Sylvie, Mal, tired.
Yeah.
Willow's gonna walk alongside Matt. Like, okay, well, when I turn you invisible, that's when you run away. Or you get away.
Why did you want me to run away from them? They were perfectly nice owl folk.
Well, not the owl folk from them. And she's gonna point two thumbs at Claire and Amity.
Willow, I
Claire,
promise.
Claire
we
is
didn't
just
do
playing with the
anything.
ball in the cup. And like eating.
Snacking on dry corn kernels.
No, I got beef
No, I
jerky
have the
and
corn
salt water
kernels.
taffy.
Turkey.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, we didn't do anything and just drag of the whiskey.
You're working for the fucking sheriff's office now. You can't just
It's after hours. I'm not. I mean, the clock.
That doesn't change the fact. God.
I just elbow Claire and hand her the whiskey.
Just take a yeah.
Willow, I do thank you for your concern.
Oh, you're
Claire,
welcome, I think.
something in training, in my education that I learned a long time ago, and that is when someone is being rather difficult or is not listening to what you have to say, sometimes the best thing is just to listen to them instead.
Oh,
So-
for me, it's turn invisible and run away. Especially if you don't want to hear it.
Notice that. Is that something that you do all the time?
Well, yeah, because then you don't have to listen to it.
I've been in one town my entire life up until now. I've never really
Really?
ran from anything, I suppose. Have you been running?
I visited a lot of towns. Don't stick around in one spot for too long.
You've been running the whole time, dear.
Well, you can't really run in these shoes.
No, they look fabulous on you.
Thank you. I thought they looked great. They were just spectacular in the store. I had to have them.
Well, you're a beautiful woman. They suit you.
Thank you. And she will definitely perk up at the comment. And I poked myself in the face with a pen.
This feels on brand.
Yes.
Well, I think there's something to be said for people who have the ability to do that. Go from place to place. Be
You
less
certainly-
biscuit in the mud.
You meet lots of fun people. You see interesting things. And, when there's nothing left to see, or you're no longer welcome, you go somewhere else. See
Pick
what
up
else there's to see.
Cards along the way, I suppose.
Well, you win all kinds of fun things in games.
You win
And you
those
meet
in a
all the
game.
interest- I did win these in a game.
Well, you'll have to tell me that story sometime.
I would be happy to. You'd have to play cards first, though.
You know I don't gamble.
You don't have to gamble, but you do have to play.
You
You're
might
quite
have
good
to-
at it.
You might have to teach me how to play the game. I'm not very good at it.
You did fantastic last time. But I can certainly teach you the rules if you would actually like to know how the game
Oh.
goes.
Would like the rules. I only know how to play Loteria, and that's very easy.
Well, you can teach me lottery. I will teach you poker.
Sure, it's a deal.
How loud was that conversation?
Mal wasn't trying to be quiet.
Willow's not trying to be quiet whatsoever.
Claire takes a couple of extra swigs of the whiskey.
Takes back bottle.
Pretends she isn't seeing them drinking this fucking stolen whiskey. Jesus Christ.
It wasn't stolen. The sheriff paid for it, and we just took it.
For glasses for us to drink, not the whole bottle.
It was bottle service. And we're not just gonna leave it there. This is like New Orleans rules.
Open container OAS.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Put a straw in it and wander down the street. It's fine.
It's fine.
It's fine.
I'm just really enjoying the fact that, like, probably canon-wise, they're operating off of two completely different rules of how, like, this goes.
There's no OSHA. We can do what we want.
Yeah, because OSHA controls whether or not you drink whiskey at work.
Yeah.
That seems right.
I mean, in theory, safe workplaces don't have whiskey.
Technically, it is an OSHA violation.
Well,
I'm sorry.
Well, I'm happy to be corrected. I don't know a lot about OSHA.
Yeah, you gotta have your non-slip shoes and no whiskey.
True.
That's rule 1 and rule 2.
Yep.
Don't drink and operate heavy machinery or a horse.
They are
You
heavy.
let a horse in the kitchen. What?
So, preacher, you're telling me you have no tattoos?
Not a single one.
Does that mean you do, Claire? Do you have tattoos?
I mean, a lady doesn't tell.
Sounds like she shows.
No. Well,
I'm
pats
sorry,
your hand
what?
very appreciatively.
I didn't say a single thing.
I didn't hear a single thing. Just loops her arm around yours and keeps walking.
Yeah. Oh. Give me, you will see a
Tattoo reveal. Tattoo reveal.
She will actually start she'll start unbuttoning her shirt a little and will show off, like, you can see coming from along the collarbone, and you can kind of just see that there's more that goes a little bit down.
Does it take a certain shape?
Yeah, you see a little bit of a floral pattern, and you see the a name that looks like Raizy, Raizy, and, like, very cliched, the little, yeah,
Very scripty font.
like the little banners too.
What kind of florals?
Lilies.
Well, that is beautiful artwork. Very nicely done.
Is it all black or full color?
It's all black.
All right. Well, it sounds like you all continue up towards Blackriver Church.
Mm-hmm.
You headed there on foot. It's not a super long walk, but I assume that you hitched your horses outside the saloon at some point here.
I think so.
I feel like since they're heading towards his home, that Mal would probably take Montero with him, but, like, lead him along.
Okay. Yeah, so you guys take the little path up the hill, which several of you have been up before, including Claire.
Does Claire remember going up this hill?
She's got like a mild concussion. It's fine.
Yeah. Mild concussion plus drinking. Her memory's fine.
Sure, she does. Vaguely.
All right, so you reach the top of the hill, and for any of you who have not been up here, which I don't know, Sylvie, have you ever been up to the church or Amity?
Probably
for that
not.
matter?
I don't think so. Yeah.
I mean, I probably would have been up past it. I don't.
Because you've lived here for quite a long time.
Yeah.
It did used to be an actual church, like that had.
I would definitely not
Service.
have gone into like actual church.
Okay.
I feel like this is a place where like maybe they would have been like, "Hey, can you come like fix somebody?"
Mm-hmm. Okay, so you are probably at least somewhat familiar with it. It's not a huge town. It may be somewhat less familiar to Sylvie, but it is a largely adobe structure with a sort of, it's a grounds in addition to being the core church that has a low adobe sort of retaining wall around it. And inside there are things like a graveyard, there's a small stable, and other small buildings in addition to the main church, which sits above everything else. So you approach the gate, and there are two people standing outside it. One of whom is a human man that Claire met previously, although I don't know whether or not she remembers him. And one of them is a woman who is, if you give me one moment, who is a relatively tall for a dwarf, but who is wearing an eye patch and has a pretty significant scar through that eye, and has blonde hair sort of in a braided up over the top of her head. And the man sort of chuckles and elbows the woman standing next to him and goes, "Oh, that's her." And points at Claire as you approach. But
Claire like, huh?
and then he's like leaning against the wall, and he kind of straightens up, and he's like, "To what do we owe the pleasure?"
Preacher wanted to show us his place. I thought it was a bit forward, him like taking 4 women back to his bedroom. I think he's into all sorts of sordid deeds.
I know these two individuals.
Yeah, I think you probably do. Not super well, but like they
By name.
recognize you. Yes. So you know that they are named Lillian and Willie, respectively.
Okay.
And they know Mal, but they definitely both look at each other and like laugh pretty uncharitably
Yeah.
at Mal.
I think that he sort of does one of these, a little, the half bow, and goes, "Lady, gentlemen, is Vance around?"
Yeah. Why?
Just wondering. I have a couple of things I need to ask him.
Now, if there's
Well-
going to be more than one, we're going to charge more.
He just sighs like so exasperatedly.
So does Sylvie.
It's like
Willow is confused.
smacks Claire with my tail.
The dwarven woman kind of looks at the guy and she's like, "So this woman, she knocked out our boy the other night, and now she's back with a preacher to do sex work?
Claire, you didn't mention you did that.
Are you shaming her for her occupation?
No, no, I am
Many
not.
a fine individual work in
No
this
shame in
industry.
good, honest work.
The
No, but I-
oldest profession, and you're just gonna stand here and shame her and shame him?
So priest and a woman who shows up pissed drunk and knocks out a dragonborn. You know what? This sounds like a
Feel
setup to a
like
joke.
you are kink shaming.
This is not a kink.
I
Where's
just-
the kink? It's not present.
There's something. I'm just gonna try and walk past these individuals, shaking my head.
What does this have to do with Vance?
Mal just goes, Madam, I'm not a preacher anymore. We just need to speak to Vance. They take as much pleasure in hazing me as you
They
all
do what now?
I'm gonna need you to stop. Blessed be.
You picked up some very strange friends, Malcolm. But all
Can't say that they're out of place here, can you?
No, I suppose not. And hello to our raiders.
Just in time.
Just in time for some shenanigans. So the dwarven woman kind of looks at Mal and gives him one of those kind of looks. And she's like, you know the drill. Just don't cause trouble. Don't piss Vance off.
I don't believe I ever have once, nor do I intend to.
No, but you might as well keep your friends in check.
Absolutely. I'm gonna tie up Montero outside.
Suit yourself.
Sure. Where is he exactly?
In his office, as he usually is.
Great. That means he's in a stellar mood.
Well, you never know.
Something you can tell me? An insight into what he might be up to?
I've been out here all day, Malcolm. Suits me just fine.
All right. No niceties. Have a good day, despite it.
You too, preacher.
He goes to ties up his horse out the back. I guess leads them all to Vance's office.
All right, so he, as long as everybody waits for him, will tie up his horse at the sort of small stable area, comfortably in a place that he typically ties up Montero. Montero kind of lives here, and leads everybody in through the front part of the church. And it's like sort of through these big, beautiful carved wooden doors that they're open. Right now they're open. And the main part of the church definitely used to have, you know, a nice assortment of carved wooden pews and decorations, a very Southwestern style. A lot of it's kind of been pushed around and rearranged. There are a number of scruffy-looking individuals kind of lounging around on some of these chairs. Some of them are drinking. There are many guns visible at hips and by sides. This is not a group of individuals that seem super friendly. And they definitely give all you guys a look as you come in.
Willow's giving her most innocent grin. Harmless, innocent grin.
Silly bitch face.
Claire is definitely doing the like, come at me, bro.
They will recognize Malcolm, and they kind of give him a slightly questioning look. Just in terms of... Yeah.
You know, inclines his head and kind of walks through as humbly as possible.
But respecting that he belongs here and seems to know what he's doing and that you all made it in through the front gate and everything, they don't really do more than track all of you across the room with their eyes. In a like threatening kind of don't do anything kind of machismo way, but Yeah, Malcolm will lead you up a staircase on the side of the room that actually takes you up to a loft kind of balcony space above the main area that overlooks the main area. Up here is much cleaner, much nicer, and you see a man that you recognize as Vance, all black tiefling, well, gray-skinned tiefling with black horns, black eyes, black hair, wearing all black, except for a red sort of kerchief at his neck that is bright, bright, bright red. And he is reclining at a very large, dark, well-oiled wooden desk with paperwork and books and other kinds of things strewn across it. And he's just sort of watching you come up the stairs in a very unsurprised manner.
I think Mal nods at him. Vance?
Malcolm.
I know you're working with the sheriff, as are we. We just have a couple of things that might be able to help us in our search, if you don't mind.
Nikolai did tell me she saw you. Brought you back.
Well, at least she's not withholding from you.
She never does. So what? You couldn't solve the puzzle on your own?
Could she solve the puzzle on her own?
That's for me to know and you to find out. Maybe if I'm feeling generous.
Well, we might be looking for a little bit of generosity then, Vance.
Well, it's not what I'm known for. Then again, I do have an interest in all of you succeeding. But it depends on what it is you want to know. I know you ran into my little Amaranth yesterday sometime. You scared her half to death.
I mean, why was your little flying rat hanging out behind rocks?
He's not a rat.
That's awfully rude.
I mean, it's awfully rude to be spying on us.
She was minding her business out there. You're the one who spooked her.
I just raise an eyebrow and cross my arms.
We gave her
you're
a couple of pieces of jerky, made sure that she went on her way. Unless she's not telling you that.
No, I know. That's all right. But you'd be, I think, better served being polite to me if you want something.
Just like hiss between my teeth. Not like audibly to you, but just in that way that's like annoyed as shit already.
He kind of narrows his eyes just a little bit at Amity in a lightly threatening way.
Claire did audibly. With that one.
I think Mal's kind of like giving them both the like, please don't kind of like stare.
He, super relaxed, kind of just reaches behind his desk and pulls out a nice bottle of whiskey and pours himself a glass and does not offer one to any of you. I've been keeping an eye on all of you. Seems like you've been cleaning up the varmints in town.
Oh, we're doing our best, but the thing that we need from you is, well, a little bit more information. Perhaps any pieces of this local legend that anyone else might not be privy to. Unless I'm mistaken, that's out of character.
You're
That's what
awfully
we're asking
focused
him,
on a legend. Well, maybe you should all figure out what it is you want from me first.
Are we going to Vance for the legend, or are we going to Vance for the missing
Yeah, help
town
me out.
information? Because it's
We can ask both.
Specifically, it was we originally said to go to Vance around the same time that we were having the conversation with the sheriff about learning more about the legend.
Yeah, I thought it was legend.
So I think we learned everything about the general store that we're going to learn until he sends his letters out. Okay.
Yeah.
You're awfully focused on the legend, aren't you? What are you looking for? Wall, tar, magic symbols? Or are you just not putting the pieces together?
I mean, have you put the pieces together? You're sitting there all smug and acting like you do, but in that you've been watching us and like keeping an eye on us and childish comments of like, that's for me to know and you to find out, but you think you're real attractive tiefling man, but you're doing that, and I don't know, I'm just yammering.
Tell me, Miss Dawson, why did you come up here the other night and knock out one of my guards, take his wallet, and leave?
Did I take his wallet? I don't think I did. I feel like I feel like his friend gave me the wallet because he lost the bet. Maybe you should hire better, more capable individuals if you're so concerned.
Miss Dawson, are you so sure you want to tango with me like this?
I mean, probably not, but I've had enough whiskey, so sure, why the fuck not?
Because I know a number of individuals who'd be mighty interested in knowing that you're here.
Like whom?
I think you know exactly who I'm talking about.
Claire's gonna jump across the table and lunge at him.
Can I try to grab the back of his
Yeah, I'm gonna grab the back of Claire's collar as fast as I can.
She is not a smart lady.
I guess
I think she is.
I guess everybody's dexterity.
May I bless myself? May I guide myself? Like, I ain't got it, bro.
I mean, we're not
I'll
gonna
try to grab her.
we're
I can
not
also,
gonna
I
catch
will
her.
help.
Yeah.
Sylvie's, gonna try to help. Yeah. Sylvie was also very
Okay, if
nervous.
everybody's doing it, do you
Okay.
want to give each other advantage?
Can Willow cast Dissonant Whispers onto Claire?
No.
I mean, I guess.
Just
I mean,
roll
you
initiative
can, but-
like, while we're at it. Like,
Oh,
We're back to
God.
PvP.
Actually,
It always
it all
comes
comes back to PvP.
it really does.
Claire, could you make me a wisdom saving throw? Unless, how do you want to do it? You want to do the grabbing first, or how do you want to roll? Who goes first?
Let's try and grab her.
Try to grab her.
Because if I see you grab them, I won't.
So
Are we?
what am I rolling for at this
Yeah.
as I'm trying to lunge for Vance?
Do you want to do, if you're jumping over the desk, do you want to do athletics?
I mean, I'd be more inclined to say acrobatics, but sure.
Okay. Athletics or acrobatics.
Thank you.
Pick your favorite.
Gonna try to grab her by the back of her shirt, and try to restrain her. But
Are we?
That's math.
That's a 25.
Oh, okay. So
I'll
are we
take
doing
advantage on that if y'all
I will
want
give
to
you
help.
advantage. I will super give you
I
advantage.
would have to roll real fucking good.
Yeah, I'll just whip it on a
But
7.
there's a chance. If I roll a natural 20, I can do it. I can't do it. I got a 22. Just a flat dexterity check. But I tried.
That's real fucking close. Let me look something up real quick.
Oh god.
I rolled a natural 18.
Ew.
Oh.
Damn.
The whole party going, no!
No!
I mean,
if it makes you feel any better, the player is also going no, but also like,
Yes.
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 I am delighted.
Let me-
This innocent preacher man went, yeah, you can speak to the crime boss that I live with. Sure, this will go perfectly.
Great idea.
yeah,
Perfect.
there's
What
not
could
gonna
possibly
be
go wrong?
any antagonism or like
Oh, no.
None at all.
No.
For what it's worth, Mal's not super deferential with Vance, but he's certainly not trying to piss him off.
All right. So Vance. Actually, let me something else. I'm looking at character sheets. Okay. Okay, so you do this, and what are you trying to do to him? Are you trying to punch him or grab him?
I think she is trying to punch him. Like she's trying to jump over the desk and then just like hit him.
Just
Yeah.
whack him. Okay, so Vance sees this, and okay, roll an unarmed strike.
$25. Rolled a
Damn it,
number,
Claire, man.
another 18.
Jesus. All right, what's the damage?
It's only 7. But if I'm getting around, I would.
Oh my god.
I think I'm only gonna give you the one shot
that's
here. And okay, now make a dexterity saving throw.
Okay.
Claire, what in the hell are you doing?
Claire, no.
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 Dexterity saving throw? Okay. That is math. A 22.
Blair, man.
But plus 8 to my dexterity saving throws.
That's fucking wild.
Bam.
Okay, so you are going to take 9 fire damage, and you are briefly surrounded by hellish flames. And he does this and then abruptly disappears and appears 5 feet away, sort of standing there, laughing at you very unkindly as he sort of wipes some blood off the corner of his mouth. And it's at this point that Nikolai appears right behind you and grabs you and attempts to teleport you onto the roof.
Can I jump at them and try and grab them?
Yes.
I mean, it's not gonna happen, but I'll.
Claire would very much be like, as soon as
She's
she
also-
felt the contact, would probably be like struggling and trying to escape.
Yeah, she is also unwilling. So I'm assuming
Yeah.
she is unwilling. So let's call that. Do you want to do a dexterity or strength to try to break her grab on you, her hold on you?
Dexterity.
Okay. I gotta stop giving you dexterity saves.
Dirty 20.
Claire showed up to buck around.
She's probably gonna find out though.
Yeah, all right. So
If I may, and you can say no, she
Yeah.
would probably like not even be cognizant, and as soon as she felt the contact on her, she would try to break free and would be immediately following that up with a punch
yeah.
without even seeing who it was or anything.
Yeah. Okay, so Nikolai maintains her hold on you, barely, absolutely barely. Okay, go ahead and try to punch her. This can only go well.
It's a natural 1, so.
Ooh, okay, all right. With a natural 1, she twists your arm behind your back, and slams you down onto the desk. And just holds you there pretty much while Vance is laughing. And he's like, "Oh, Miss Dawson, that was very unwise. But I will give you one chance to apologize." What was that?
I believe that was a fuck you, but it basically was just a grunt.
Vance.
Did my jumping at them do anything? I just wonder.
What were you trying to do?
I mean, it would have been going for what's her name's face, pretty much.
Oh, Nikolai, you're trying to help.
Yes, I am attempting to help by jumping at this lady's face.
Are you trying to strike her? Are you trying to punch her? Or like, are you trying to grapple or?
It'd be more of a grapple, less of a, but I can do a punch if you prefer.
Well, what are you trying to do?
Well, it'd be like a very feral thing where you're just jumping at
Trying to,
somebody, so like it would very much be like a grab for her head. So a grapple. Sure.
Okay. So, okay.
Should I just used unarmed strike?
It's up to you if you want to try to hit her versus if you want to try to grapple her. Let's see. Thank you all for bearing with me. This went very south. Congratulations.
Yes.
What does one roll to?
D&D.
What is grappling? Is it
this
strength
strength check?
versus? I think it is, right?
It's-
Yeah. Okay, so
Oh boy.
roll your strength.
It'll be a 17 for strength.
All right. So if whoever is doing the grapple rolls strength and it's contested by, you get to choose athletics or acrobatics.
Well, she rolled a natural 20.
Oh good.
I don't even know why I have dice. I can just always take the L. It's fine.
You've been doing great today. Okay, so Nikolai has Claire on the table. Vance is laughing. Mal just tried to say something to Vance. What did you say?
I said his name, trying to get
Yeah.
his attention.
He turns his eyes on you, Malcolm, and says, "Malcolm,
First of all, I'm gonna need you to let her go, please.
I'm not sure I want to do that."
I think you know as well as everyone in this room, that you operate on a series of favors. What we're trying to do right now is ask for one from you, which gives you a lot of ammunition, doesn't it? Now please let her go. That's a favor from me.
Are you offering me something, a personal favor, and her to benefit her, I suppose?
You can take one forward, whatever you need.
Are you really willing to take the fall for someone you don't know?
I think letting someone go is a relatively small favor.
You know it's more than that.
Do I?
If I sit here and let people attack me and I let them go,
The only people that saw this are the people that are in this room, and we're awful indebted to you now, aren't we? I am.
that's always been true ever since you arrived.
He looks at Willow for a second, and then back at Vance. Let
Thanks.
her go.
Give me commands, Malcolm.
Please, if you don't mind, doing me a holy favor.
You better keep your dog in check next time, or it's not going to end well for any of you.
I don't own people. And what I'd like for you, Vance, is to do one good thing. One thing that is not selfish and that would help someone else, and we are all inscripted to help this town via Samuel, who I think you might be quite embedded with. So that benefits you, doesn't it?
I think you know well enough I don't do very much that doesn't benefit me. So I don't know about your one last thing. I'll let her go this one time, but if she touches me again, she's dead. And I hope you know I mean it.
I'm not telling anyone to do anything here. I'm asking for favors.
I know well enough. But she's gonna owe you for this, and she better not forget it.
That's between me and Ms. Dawson.
Suit yourself. Nikolai? And she makes eye contact with Vance and takes a step back and lets Claire go.
Also, the picture is that, like, Claire has not stopped struggling that entire time.
Yeah, with the natural one, I'm gonna have her have held on to you up until this point, but when she steps back, she's... yeah.
Claire just, like, gets up, like, straightens her shirt, and then just kind of walks out if she's allowed.
They'll let her go.
Follow.
He's just staring at all of you.
Following the preacher's lead.
Willow
Stay
stays.
put for now.
Yep.
Mhm.
Maybe now isn't a good time. But we do need a little bit more information about that legend, and I do think that we are going to have to end up working together, Vance.
I don't know about together. You should
Towards
know
the
to-
same objective, then.
You're getting awfully close to being a little spicy yourself, Malcolm. Mr. Sweet.
I am asking you to do one thing that is not selfish, and I feel very passionately about that.
Then I think you better stop asking for that.
What? Stop asking for things that I believe in.
For free things. I only give you what you pay for. If what you're doing benefits me, which it is right now, maybe I'll help you a little bit, here or there. But I'm not doing your work for you. I'm not doing it out of the kindness of my heart. You have value to me, all of you. That's it.
If you give us more information about this, then maybe we can be of further value then, Vance.
I'm well aware. But now I'm in a mood. There's not a lot more to the legend than what you've heard. But there are other pieces moving here. You should have taken a closer look at those bodies before you burn them.
What, the markings on them?
The very same.
Yeah, we found. Yeah, we saw those. We were not complete fools, despite evidence to the contrary.
Well, that's more than I expected then. Because you seemed to be ignoring them.
You looking at anyone in particular when he says that part?
Not really.
Okay. Willow is very conflicted because she was told the bird bodies and she thought she did a very good job on that.
The symbols are a brand. They tell you who owns them. The same as cattle.
Yeah, and they were created. We figured that much out. Created from folk in that little slice of. We got it down to 3 possible places that those folk could have been from, but.
Hey, GM,
Yes.
could Mel draw that from memory?
I would guess so.
Okay.
It's not a super complicated symbol. I mean, would you argue he put the effort into memorizing it?
I feel like he looked at least 8 bodies.
And you did
Maybe.
roll to see if you understood it the first time we saw the brand.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
and
I
you
think
were
it's-
like placing hands like right on top of it,
Top
like
of it.
with, everybody
Yeah.
that you were blessing. Yeah.
So
I
I think
think
it's fair that you would remember it. Yeah.
Yeah, I think he's going to note that and keep it in his back pocket because I don't know that he has connected that Vance knows the source of it yet. So
Mhm.
he's just going to keep it.
Quick question. Willow never rolled to see if she understood what those brands were, but if she just, I'm assuming she saw like quick glance at them, she didn't recognize them, correct? Okay.
No.
Awesome.
Yeah, none of us recalled like it wasn't history.
I assumed that, but then, okay. This
Yeah.
part just made me like, wait a second.
You're fine. You're fine.
Okay.
What I'm saying is if you want to know who owns a cow, you figure out who owns the brand.
Well, I think that's a little bit enough to go on. But this town has an awful lot of bodies coming towards it, and it's our job to protect it, so we're gonna keep on doing that. Don't need your permission. We got the sheriff.
Sure. Keep working for him for the time being.
Ladies, is there anything else that we might need from Vance while we have him here?
Nothing comes to mind at the moment.
I'm here to look pretty and push things away.
Yeah, you look perfectly pretty, Miss O'Neill.
Thank you.
Keep buying your hats.
I intend to.
Now all of you get the fuck out of my office.
Pleasure just seeing you, as always. Shut the door.
Willow
I'll
will
leave.
take after Sylvie.
I'm gonna be the last one out, and I'm gonna shut the door behind me. If there's a door.
Like,
There's
which side?
not,
Like,
but... Yeah, are you staying in the room or are
No,
you leaving?
I'm leaving.
okay.
Okay.
I'm leaving, and I'm gonna find Claire. It's also midnight.
Yes, so this is actually where we're going to end the session. We've run a tiny bit long. But next week, we will find out
4 hours.
how Claire feels about
4
this.
hours.
No
All right.
feelings.
No
Hold on.
feelings, only punch.
Only punches and whiskey.
Thank you so much to everybody who hung out with us, even though we ran a little bit late. We love having you guys. We love playing. So let's do some shout outs. I'm always forgetting the order at this point. So I think it starts with, am I wrong, Kyola? I gotta write up the order just so that I can stop doing this to you guys.
Sure, yeah, it's me. It's Kyla Cosplay on the things and the stuff, and I'm doing jack shit except for playing D&D. See you on Monday.
That's all we need to do, though. You know,
Yeah.
D&D is life. D&D is love.
D&D.
Which I believe puts us at Vicious Frockery.
It is I, Vicious Frockery on the Instagram and the Twitter and all the places. I make stuff, and I just got back from Dragon Con, which means I have a lot of photos of things that are gonna be posted very soon. Maybe a yen for.
Can
So-
confirm that shoot rocks.
It does. Keep an eye out for that. That's what I've got going on. Otherwise, I play D&D. Come back on Monday.
Oh, yeah. All right, Shield Maiden.
Hello, that's me. I'm Natalie, Shield Maiden or Shield Maiden cosplay across all platforms. That's Shield with 2 eyes. You can also find me on Instagram as zelman.arts. That's Z as in zebra, ELMAN.arts. I make cosplay and pottery and stuff.
I'm
And
loving the
play
Halloween
D&D.
stuff.
Lots of Halloween stuff. More Halloween stuff coming since it's almost all gone. But there's more. I promise.
Oh, yeah. All right, Badoni.
Hi, Bedonia Bedonia Cosplay. I'm not really posting anything right now, but come back Monday for more D&D. Come back next Friday. Next Friday, right?
Yes.
Yes. For
Not
even
tomorrow,
more
next
D&D.
week.
Next Friday. Yes.
We wanna
And
give it-
or
Date on that? That's going to be the 17th?
17.
Yes.
Yes.
17th of September. We are launching a new show. Very
and Dusty, are you
exciting.
streaming Friday?
I might be. I need to figure that out. I might be
Maybe
starting a new
watch
game.
Dusty streaming on Friday. That's all I got.
Yeah. This Friday, tomorrow, I am not streaming because I am
Okay.
doing birthday things.
Hey.
So, all right, Dr. Psycho.
Hi, I'm Dr. Psychowl. You can find me most places as Dr. Psychowl, except for on Twitter where I'm Dr. Psychowl TV. Yeah, I'm still bitter about that. Thank you for hanging out, and I apologize in advance for all of my OCs that will appear on this channel.
Don't you dare.
All right, and I am Dusty, Elegant Feather Duster. I have also just come back from Dragon Con and will have lots of photos, which is kind of good, actually, considering my Instagram's been pretty dead this year because I've been playing lots of D&D. But I love you guys, and it's worth it, and I'm having so much fucking fun on this show. So come hang out with me on social media. I'm only Elegant Feather on Twitter because there's a character limit, and I am also bitter. And sometimes it happens like that. So I'm going to pop it back over to Dr. Psychowl here to tell us, A, how many owls are in the trench coat, because that's very important. And if we're raiding anyone.
Yeah, we're gonna raid Nat 21 Adventures. They're playing some RPG, and yeah, I believe there's like, I don't know, like I feel like last time there were 42, and I kind of want to just keep it at 42 because that is the answer.
It is the answer.
So,
But if you never move up in the world, then you'll never
I
get to
didn't-
69.
I didn't say that I was never gonna move up.
Oh, I see. I see.
I just want to continue to be the answer for just a little bit longer.
I think that's legit.
Yeah. So.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
The owls are percolating.
All right, so we're gonna go raid Net 21 Adventures, give them some love, say hi to them, hang out, whatnot, and we will see you on Monday for Laurelwind, and then the following Friday for Darkness Rising. Woo!
Ooh.
Goodbye.